takes Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India meets and we see a big meeting by the NDA adopting resolution praising armed forces for Operation Sindur and Prime Minister Modi's leadership. BJP hits out at opposition CMs for skipping NITI Aayog meeting. Indo-Nepal border fortified after suspicious movement. Republic reports from the ground. COVID-19 cases show slight spike in India. And foreign cargo ship capsizes off the coast of Kochi. Indian Coast Guard to the rescue. And viewers, it's a landmark development. India has officially surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy with a projected nominal GDP of $4.187 trillion for 2025, edging even ahead of Japan. And this milestone conferred by the NITI Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam underscores India's robust economic growth trajectory. Subramaniam attributes this achievement to favorable geopolitical and economic conditions, highlighting India's resilience and sustained expansion and global uncertainties which India has seen but has gone ahead and conquered those uncertainties as well. Take a look at this report.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. NITI Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th NITI Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
And joining us right now is Mr. Akash Jindal, economist. Thank you for joining us here, Republic TV. Mr. Jindal, remarkable achievement for India. And it's not just that, the next milestone is already set. That is achieving a $5 trillion economy, Mr. Jindal.
Yes, very much. It's a remarkable milestone. And every Indian is getting the advantage. See, I think it's Team Modi, Prime Minister Modi and his brilliant team. In the past 11 years, they have gifted economic growth to this country. See, now today, with 4 trillion, now we are the fourth largest economy. And yes, I totally endorse, we are going to be the third biggest economy in another 2 years. And there's not one thing, there's too many things, too many good things which Prime Minister Modi and his team has done. Firstly, 2017, I'll take you back to 2017, when GST was launched. That time, there were a lot of skeptics. There were a lot of people who were doubting GST's success. Now see, GST, it has been such a fantastic success. April 2025, I'll just give you 1 month prior data. The collection has been 2.37 lakh crore. What it tells is, firstly, that every Indian is getting the benefit of this fast growing GDP, because GST collection is high, because people are going and spending, people are going and shopping, people are going and traveling, people are going to restaurants with their families. That's what it's telling is that this fourth largest economy also means that people in the middle class, people in the lower middle class, they have benefited from the economy. And high GST collection, what it means is that now the country has money for infrastructure, for flyovers, for railways, for ports, for schools, hospitals, colleges. That's why last mile person is getting benefit. Another achievement is income tax collection. 16th March 2025, the data says 16% has been growth in income tax collection. Now, why income tax collection would be high? Income tax people would be paying higher only if people are earning more. So this is another achievement which we have done. Now, you are talking about GDP growth. GDP growth, let me update the viewers. 2023-24, the data has been revised. India's GDP growth has been 9.2% for 2023-24. We were the fifth largest economy at that point in time, but we are growing much, much faster than all the four bigger economies than us: US, China, Germany, Japan. So this is India's growth. Modi government has ushered in so many reforms, so many good things, which have made India a success story today. Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now we are a huge manufacturing economy. We are exporting huge volumes in defense. We were importing once upon a time. Now we are exporting large amount of mobile phones. So India is growing. Our startups, many of them have become unicorns. Plus Mudra loans, they have benefited small entrepreneurs in villages and nooks and corners of the country. 50,000, 1 lakh rupees loan without collateral. As Prime Minister Modi has been rightly saying, rather than job seekers, our people in the interiors, because of Mudra loan, they have become job providers. So that's the structural changes in the economy which Modi government has brought in. I must salute Prime Minister Modi and his team for sustained effort that India has grown up to such a level. And now, of course, we are going to be the third biggest economy in another 2 years' time, maximum within 24 months. Because why? Germany is not at all performing well. In 2023, one of the quarters, Germany had negative GDP growth. And if we talk about the second biggest economy, China, they are also having lots and lots of problems. So India is gaining, India is growing. And the best thing is inclusive growth, which our Prime Minister and his team has always been talking. Last mile person is benefiting. India is getting progress. India's lifestyles have increased. Now, there are many studies which tell that now Indians, as a lifestyle is better, the opportunities which they are getting are better. Now it's not only...
Right, Mr. Akash Jindal. Yes, Mr. Akash Jindal, I will be coming back on this story because it's huge. Economist Mr. Jindal joining us live here. Thank you so much. I will have to move ahead right now, viewers, because a huge meeting had taken place today. That is right. Prime Minister Modi led a key conclave of NDA chief ministers and deputy CMs in New Delhi. The high-level meeting, also attended by senior union ministers, focused on aligning governance priorities across states, with discussions ranging from developmental initiatives and administrative reforms to national concerns like caste-based census planning and the recent success of Operation Sindur. Now, these deliberations come at a crucial juncture as the NDA gears up for the Modi government's third-term roadmap. All hands are on deck as we are witnessing a series of back-to-back brainstorming sessions led by the Prime Minister. A day after spearheading a high-stakes NITI Aayog meeting, he remained in mission mode today as well and led a crucial strategy session with the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of NDA-ruled states. But before diving into brainstorming session, all the 20 CMs and 18 deputy CMs took a moment to tune in to watch Mann Ki Baat together, symbolizing shared vision and show of strength. The 4-hour-long meeting was not just a routine one. In focus were some of the most pressing issues facing the country, from the succession of Operation Sindur, caste census, crackdown on Maoists, first anniversary of Modi 3.0, good governance. Several issues were raked up and discussed by the top leadership. During the meeting, chief ministers and deputy chief ministers lauded our jawans and congratulated PM Modi for successfully destroying terror bases in Pakistan. Caste census also received roaring support.
जातिगत जनगणना, इस जातिगत जनगणना के विषय पर जिसको भारत की कैबिनेट ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वीकृति दी है, और ये हमारी कल्पना शुरू से थी, और हमारे बिहार की सरकार, नीतीश कुमार जी की सरकार जिसने सबसे पहले इसका प्रस्ताव लाया था, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए और यह जातिगत जनगणना पर भी प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ, और सभी लोगों ने इसको जहां इसकी सहमति के साथ साथ जो मोदी जी का निर्णय हुआ है उसकी प्रशंसा के साथ साथ साधुवाद देने का काम इस प्रस्ताव में हुआ है.
With elections approaching in several states and national issues demanding urgent attention, the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this is a government that wants to stay on the front foot. And joining me live is Riyanka from New Delhi. Riyanka, very good evening to you. It was a very big meeting, a key NDA conclave which took place, and a resolution was passed lauding our armed forces, the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and caste enumeration was also on the list, Riyanka. How does this set the tone ahead now?
Well, absolutely. When it comes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and him chairing this very, very crucial meeting, a high-level meeting today with the chief ministers, nearly 20 chief ministers and 18 deputy chief ministers of NDA-ruled state, it is indeed showing in a message of coordinated efforts between the state and the centre over several issues, hinting towards Vikasit Bharat 2047, starting with passing a resolution on Operation Sindur, where the leaders had gone ahead and lauded the armed forces and the efforts made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his leadership, to another resolution which was adopted by the leaders on caste census. That is also something we know. And also on the other hand, we also saw how several chief ministers had come ahead and portrayed what development work as well as the strategic schemes which are currently in place in their respective states, including Chhattisgarh Chief Minister talking about the action against fight against Naxalism. So several of these issues had come into the being, and a crucial meeting successfully held there at the national capital today, a 4-hour-long meeting held under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
All right, Riyanka, thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming right back to you, but I have to move ahead right now to the politics over NITI Aayog. That is right. Prime Minister Modi chaired the 10th Governing Council meeting of NITI Aayog in New Delhi, focusing on a vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. However, the session was notably marked by the absence of many key CMs. West Bengal's Mamata Banerjee, the sole opposition leader present, walked out midway, alleging her microphone was switched off after 5 minutes. A claim that the government has now refuted. Now, other prominent leaders, including Pinarayi Vijayan of Kerala, Siddaramaiah of Karnataka, and M.K. Stalin of Tamil Nadu, also skipped that meeting, viewers. So this is what we saw right now, where opposition CMs absolutely walked out of that meeting. And we have with us our guest, Sudha Halkai, BJP leader, joining us live here on Republic TV at 6 Stories at 6. A very good evening to you. I just want to ask you a simple question, and that is, not the first time we have seen the opposition CMs, opposition leaders walk out of meetings, key meetings, especially meetings which focus on center and state cooperation. Your reaction?
Very good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and his team and the entire Indians that our country has attained the 4th largest economic position in the world. And now I would like to say that the Indians are very much fortunate to have a Prime Minister like Narendra Modi ji, who is visionary and who is pro-development. At the same time, the people of Karnataka are very much unfortunate to have Mr. Siddaramaiah as a Chief Minister who has not attended this NITI Aayog meeting, because Karnataka is at the most, like, we need to attend such meetings where developmental issues are taken up on higher priority. And not only this meeting, earlier also he has not attended any of the NITI Aayog meeting. And let me tell you, earlier also when 4 of the chief ministers from the different states were selected to go and represent our country in the global investor meeting, that time also Mr. Siddaramaiah had denied that. So this shows his anti-development mindset as well as urban nationalism. So he is more towards the appeasement politics of one particular family, one particular community, and there is no developmental mindset for him over here. Our Honorable Prime Minister, what he has said, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas, and he is taking each and every party along with him towards Vikasit Bharat, towards 2047, where we want to see reach India as a 5 trillion economy. We want to reach. We want India to be as a Vishwa Guru, and in all the sections, take it economy, take it defense, take it in whatsoever matter. But in Karnataka, we are seeing that day by day, the law and order is collapsing, the economy of the Karnataka is collapsing, and the depth of Karnataka is increased with no developmental issues taking place over here. And this shows how Mr. Siddaramaiah is not towards the public for the development, but he chooses to take over pity politics over the public development, which is absolutely condemnable. And just a few days back, he has been to Hospet to celebrate 2 years of their completion of the party. But here he chooses not to attend such an important meeting. This shows how negligible he is towards the development of the state and towards the people of Karnataka. He who claims he is the champion of the backward leaders, he is actually stabbing the backward communities, as well as he is not going hand in hand with the Honorable Prime Minister Ji to do the best to the backward people over here. And absolutely, I can see that, every day we are on the national television for all the negative things which is going on in Karnataka. So we are unfortunate. That is what I can say.
All right. Thank you for joining us here, Sudha Halkai, BJP leader on Republic TV at 6 Stories at 6. I have to move ahead right now, viewers. Let's go ahead to the other story that we are tracking. And that is that in the wake of a fresh security alert, the Indo-Nepal borders in UP's Maharajganj district has now gone under heightened surveillance. Intelligence inputs have warned of nearly 35 suspects attempting to infiltrate into Indian territory through Nepal. In response, our local police and the SSB have launched joint patrolling and intensified checking operations, particularly across vulnerable stretches and the no man's land zone. Maharajganj is a very, very important area because it shares a crucial border with both Nepal and Bihar, now faces a dual security challenge. My colleague Raghavendra is on the ground and gets you this ground report.
मैं इस वक्त उत्तर प्रदेश के महाराजगंज जिले में स्थित हूँ, नेपाल बॉर्डर पर। और बड़ी बात यह है कि महाराजगंज वह ज़िला है जिसका एक हिस्सा बिहार राज्य से मिलता है और दूसरा हिस्सा नेपाल से मिलता है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बॉर्डर पर। और आप ये देख सकते हैं, यह जो एक आपको स्तंभ दिख रहा है, दरअसल यह वह स्तंभ है जो भारत और नेपाल को अपने सीमाओं का आह्वान करता है। यानी कि सीमा का यह जो एक मुख्य एक पिलर है, यह दिखाता है कि भारत, आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरफ भारत है 522/4 28D, ये कोड में यहाँ पर लिखा गया है। बाकायदे ये जो लोग अंदर से आ रहे हैं, इनके कागज़ को देखा जा रहा है, चेकिंग अभियान तेज़ हो गई है। और यहाँ के यानी कि भारत के साइड में महाराजगंज साइड के जो सीओ हैं, जो सर्किल ऑफिसर हैं, वह निकले हुए हैं, गश्त कर रहे हैं। साथ में एसएसबी के जवान भी हैं। एसएसबी के जवान और पुलिस यानी यूपीपी, ये लोग संयुक्त रूप से यहाँ पर गश्त कर रहे हैं, जांच तेज़ कर दिए हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह का माहौल है। खुद सीओ साहब मौके पर हैं। सर, आप लोगों से बात भी कर रहे हैं और उनका आईडी भी चेक कर रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे जो अलर्ट हुआ है, क्या आप तक भी वो अलर्ट पहुंचा है कि किस तरह से गश्त बढ़ाना है, किस तरह से चौकन्ना रहना है?
ये ग्राम सुरक्षा समितियों की मीटिंग करके सबको निर्देशित कर दिया गया है और उनको बता दिया गया है कि कोई भी इस तरीके का संदिग्ध आदमी मिले तो तुरंत बताएं।
और क्या रात और दिन पेट्रोलिंग भी सर तेज हुई, आप लोगों की गश्त भी तेज हुई?
24 घंटे पेट्रोलिंग तेज है और हम लोग हाई अलर्ट पे हैं और एकदम जैसे किसी को आने नहीं देंगे इधर से, कोई भी हो।
तो आप देख सकते हैं भारत नेपाल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर किस तरह से गश्त अभियान तेज हो चुका है। आप देख सकते हैं ये पिलर है, एक साइड में भारत और दूसरे साइड में नेपाल की सीमा है। और आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं चाहे वह उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जवान हों या एसएसबी के हमारे जवान हों, वो आप देख लीजिए पेट्रोलिंग लगातार कर रहे हैं, गश्त अभियान तेज कर दिए हैं, जाँच अभियान तेज कर दिए हैं। जहाँ जहाँ से भारत और नेपाल के नागरिकों का आना जाना है वहाँ पर बाकायदे चेकिंग हो रहा है, उनका आई कार्ड चेक किया जा रहा है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स चेक किया जा रहा है। जिस तरह से इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है, जांच एजेंसियों ने अलर्ट दिया है कि कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं 2 से 3 दर्जन संदिग्ध लोग जो नेपाल में आ चुके हैं और वो भारत में घुसने के फिराक में बैठे हुए हैं। ऐसे में जो 7 ज़िले हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के जो नेपाल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर हैं, पीलीभीत से लेकर महाराजगंज, और महाराजगंज तो ऐसा ज़िला है जिसकी एक सीमा नेपाल से मिलती है, दूसरी सीमा बिहार से मिलती है। तो यहाँ पर चुनौती कुछ ज़्यादा ही है और सीमा भी काफ़ी लंबी है। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरह की सक्रियता है, हमारे जो एसएसबी के जवान हैं और लोकल जो पुलिस है, खुद सीओ सर के नेतृत्व में यहाँ पर लगातार पेट्रोलिंग बढ़ गई है, गश्त अभियान तेज हो गया है, जांच तेज हो गया है। आप खुद देख सकते हैं कि ये एरिया जो है ये एक वन क्षेत्र है या यूँ कहें कि एक जंगल का इलाका है, जिधर से पगडंडियों के माध्यम से एक दूसरे जो नागरिक हैं नेपाल के, भारत को, उनका आना जाना है। ऐसे में चुनौती बड़ी होती है, लेकिन सक्रियता से इन चीज़ों को कहीं न कहीं जो लोग गलत मंसूबा लेकर आना जाना चाहते हैं ये लोग उनको पकड़ सकते हैं। जिस तरह का अभियान भी तेज हुआ है, कहीं न कहीं जो लोग भारत में कुछ करना चाहते हैं या गलत मंसूबा से एंट्री लेना चाहते हैं, उनके मंसूबे कहीं कामयाब नहीं हो गए। चूँकि आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह के हमारे यहाँ पर जो जवान हैं, चाहे वो पुलिस के लोग हों, एसएसबी हमारे जवान हों, वो मौके पर हैं और इस जो तमाम तरह के जो रास्ते हैं जहाँ से आपको लगता है कि आसान एंट्री हो सकती है, वहाँ भी इनकी पैनी नज़र पूरी तरह से लगी हुई है।
And viewers, India is witnessing a resurgence in COVID-19 cases, with notable uptick reported in Delhi, Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. While the majority of the infections remain quite mild and manageable, health authorities are closely monitoring the situation. States have been advised to enhance surveillance and ensure preparedness, including maintaining adequate hospital infrastructure and stockpiles of essential medicines. Joining us is right now Dr. Ashish Vashisht, Head of Department and Senior Consultant ENT, Manipal Hospital, Dwarka. Thank you for joining us here, Doctor. We have seen a spike in COVID-19 cases. Just want to understand, especially for our viewers, would also like to understand, is it a cause of concern yet?
Hi, good evening to all the viewers and to the media channel. I'm Dr. Ashish Vashisht. So, yes, there seems to be a cause of caution, I wouldn't say concern. COVID has already hit us through multiple variants. The first one was the normal one, the other one was Delta, followed by the Omicron variant. All of them were different in terms of their virulence. The Delta one was the most sinister, which caused the maximum amount of hospitalizations and deaths, whereas the Omicron one was far more benign, so to say. So the new variant that comes, we don't know what kind of virulence it will. As of now, it has not shown any excessive mortality or morbidity apart from what we saw in Omicron. So this is not, I don't think this is a one-off trend. We will have, it's a virus, it will keep mutating. We will have more variants in coming years and we'll have to deal with them. So more important than anything else is to keep our health services on a standby mode with both the government and private setups having enough capacity to deal with any insurgency in case, once that happens.
Yes, Doctor. And any precautions you have for our viewers? Also, we've seen these cases spike mostly in the southern part of India, maybe some cases in Delhi and Maharashtra.
I think in terms of cautions, it's not possible to say that one should not socialize, one should not move around. I mean, we can see we are in the middle of a travel boom. We are a vibrant economy. So that part cannot be curtailed with little information as of yet. But I think where we can start off is that in case somebody in the family, in the extended family is not well and is having similars of respiratory virus, which is basically fever, high fever, body ache, any excessive cough that is not explainable after 48 to 72 hours, one mustn't shy away from going to the hospital and getting things, checked. And once that happens, also trying to have a little isolation as to not socialize at that time when you have fever, because even if it is not COVID, it can still spread through colleagues.
All right. Thank you for joining us here, Dr. Vashisht on Republic TV. As COVID-19 cases are surging, but not a major concern yet, as per the doctors. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And viewers, that's all we had on 6 Stories at 6. But do not go anywhere, because we will be right back tomorrow, once again, same time.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Resolution praising the valor of the armed forces and brave leadership of Prime Minister Modi was passed at the meeting of NDA CMs and Deputy CMs today. Massive controversy grips RJD as its chief Lalu Yadav expels his son Tej Pratap Yadav from party and family. Congress leader Alka Lamba's shocking gaffe calls Operation Sindur as Operation Blue Star.
We are the 4th largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan.
India overtakes Japan to become the 4th largest economy in the world. Won't be silenced by terrorism. That's the motto all party delegations take forward India's message of zero tolerance against terrorism. Prime Minister Narendra Modi issues gag order to motor-mouth leaders, advises BJP to be more careful regarding statements on Operation Sindur. All right, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking at 6:30 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra, starting this edition with some breaking news coming in. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan has now reached the Northern Command of the Indian Army in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur, and he has met the troops and congratulated them for the success of Operation Sindur. And those are the visuals on your screen of the CDS meeting Jawans in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. He has met the forces at the Northern Command headquarters, and he has congratulated them for their valor and for the massive success of Operation Sindur. Gursimran Singh, my colleague, joins me live from Jammu for more on the story. Gursimran, this is yet another meeting between the CDS and the Jawans, all part of the centre and the Indian Armed Forces' coordinated efforts to raise the morale of the army and of our Jawans in the aftermath of the massive success of Operation Sindur.
Yes, today CDS General Anil Chauhan has visited the Northern Command of the Indian Army, and he has met the officials of the Northern Command, including the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, who briefed him about the operation success and how the Indian Army has hit the terror bases of Pakistan in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Because of the 9 targets, 7 were hit only from the Jammu region. That comes under the Northern Command of the Indian Army, and he has also met the soldiers, those who have taken part in the Operation Sindur, that how they have decimated the nefarious plans of the enemy, not only from the Indian Army but also from the Indian Air Force. The officials were there who met the CDS General Anil Chauhan and have briefed him that how this operation has taken place from the ground zero. As we speak, we are told that the General Chauhan is meeting the officials. He is taking a review of the security scenario that is prevailing on the line of control as well as the international border, because both the Northern Command and the Western Command, they look after the borders in Jammu and Kashmir, that is from the Jammu international border to the Kashmir line of control and the Jammu line of control. All this is being looked after by the Indian Army. So that is being briefed to him by the army commanders, and also that how the proactive steps are being taken by the Indian Army so that any attempt from across the border can be foiled well within the time.
Yes. All right. Gursimran, stay on with me because we're getting in some more piece of breaking news. The beating retreat ceremony has now resumed in Jammu in the the India-Pakistan international border, and we understand that a tribute is being paid to the heroes of Operation Sindur, followed by the parade. And of course, the ceremony was something that was called off by the BSF post-Operation Sindur due to operational reasons, of course, in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. But now we understand that the ceremony has resumed, and it will take place twice a week in Jammu. Gursimran.
Yes, right now we are reporting from the Okra Indo-Pakistan international border, where the beating the retreat ceremony has begun once again after being kept on hold post-Operation Sindur. And here you will see that the BSF Jawans and the BSF women soldiers, they are taking part in this meeting. I'll request Sanjeevan to keep showing you the visuals. This is from the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Araspura Suchetgarh sector, where the beating the retreat ceremony has begun. This ceremony was called off post-Operation Sindur due to Operation Sindur. Earlier it was downscaled. The cultural programs and the celebrations were called off post-Pahalgam terror attack, and now a large number of people have also arrived, because from this place right now where the ceremony is taking place, the Pakistan side is hardly 100 meters away, and here you will see the senior officers of the Border Security Force. They have also a part of this beating the retreat ceremony that is taking place, because this is one of those ceremonies, this is high-stakes ceremonies. Reason being that India has started on the international border in Jammu and Kashmir after what we have seen in Atari Wagah, and now this ceremony is taking place. People have started coming early this afternoon, and now these commandos of the Border Security Force, they are coming in, because this ceremony involves lowering of the national flag in the evening, and tomorrow morning it will be raised once again. But this has really very important symbolic ceremony that is taking place, and once again has resumed at the Indo-Pakistan international border. It's important to mention that Pakistan has time and again objected to this ceremony taking place on the Indian side, but BSF made it amply clear to the Pakistani side that this is a unilateral decision of the BSF and it will carry on with the beating the retreat ceremony that has resumed once again. This also means that the things are improving here at the Indo-Pakistan international border. The Pakistan that was decimated completely by the armed forces in Operation Sindur, and the key role that the BSF has played has been seen by one and all, because there are videos that have surfaced from the international border area, from the line of control area, where BSF has decimated the infrastructure of Pakistan, be it of the ISI, be it the terror groups, or be it of the Pakistani Rangers. That is known to all, and now the ceremony is taking place here at the Indo-Pakistan international border, where the locals, they have also arrived along with the officials of the border security force that are already here, and these officials along with the special commandos of the BSF, they are now, this parade has begun and the drills are being displayed, because post which the lowering of national flag will take place, the tricolor, by the evening. This ceremony will take place twice a week. These visuals are from the international border in Jammu, Araspura, Suchetgarh, and this ceremony has been going on for last 4 years at the Indo-Pakistan international border, but due to the situation that prevailed post the Operation Sindur that has taken place, we saw that BSF has decided that this ceremony will be put on hold. But now once again we saw this ceremony with the people coming out in the large numbers, the civilians that have come here to be part of this operation, those who have seen how the BSF has given a befitting reply to Pakistan. And I'll request Sarjivan to show you towards the entrance where the troops of the BSF, they are arriving here, and this is part of the ceremony, the entire ceremony that is taking place, the beating the retreat ceremony. At Adari Wagah, it was resumed last week, but due to the operational reasons and also Pakistan being so close and have violated the ceasefire here in the Araspura sector as well, it was decided to hold the ceremony one here as well.
इनके जोश और जज्बे को सलाम करते हुए मैं कहना चाहूंगी, जिन्हें अकेले चलने के हौसले होते हैं, जिन्हें अकेले चलने के हौसले होते हैं, एक दिन उन्हीं के पीछे काफिले होते हैं। पायलट प्रांगण में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करते हुए पुनः जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। अब आपके सामने प्रस्तुत होने जा रही है रिट्रीट सेरेमनी की मुख्य परेड। आप सभी अपना ध्यान परेड प्रांगण के मध्य ले जाएं।
The final parade is beginning with the parade commanders coming on into this base of the border security force, that is the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Araspur sector, and this is the parade commander along with his team that are now arriving.
इनके जोश और जज्बे को देखते हुए चंद पंक्तियां कहना चाहूंगी। जिगर वालों का डर से कोई वास्ता नहीं होता, जिगर वालों का डर से कोई वास्ता नहीं होता, हम कदम वहां रखते हैं जहां कोई रास्ता नहीं होता। परेड कमांडर प्रांगण में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के पश्चात अब आपके समक्ष आते हुए परेड ट्वाइसी सब इंस्पेक्टर अनामिका सिंह। जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। ना पूछो जमाने को क्या हमारी कहानी है, हमारी पहचान तो सिर्फ ये है कि हिंदुस्तान हमारा और हम सिर्फ हिंदुस्तानी हैं। आपसे निवेदन है कि एक बार जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। अब आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुति देने के लिए तैयार बीएसएफ की बोल्ड टीम। अपना ध्यान परेड प्रांगण के मध्य ले जाएं। बोल्ड टीम के रणबांकुरे आरक्षक वर्णी कुमार, आरक्षक तानाजी पवार और आरक्षक सोमवीर 303 राइफल से करतब दिखाते हुए। एक सैनिक का सच्चा साथी उसका हथियार होता है। गहन प्रशिक्षण, कठिन और निरंतर अभ्यास के बाद एक जवान अपने हथियार में इतना दक्ष हो जाता है कि वह उससे कोई भी करतब दिखा सकता है। यह कोई एक दिन, एक सप्ताह या एक महीने की तैयारी से संभव नहीं है। इनकी कुशलता से प्रभावित होकर मैं कहना चाहूंगी, तारीफ की चाहत तो नाकाम लोगों की फितरत है, काबिल लोगों के तो दुश्मन भी कायम है। एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां हमारी बोल्ड टीम के लिए। बोल्ड टीम के प्रदर्शन के बाद अब पुनः अपना ध्यान परेड प्रांगण के प्रवेश द्वार पर ले जाएं। आप देख सकते हैं आज की परेड का मुख्य दस्ता आपके समक्ष आने के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार। इनके मार्च पास्ट और जोश से ही आप इनकी कर्तव्य निष्ठा और अनुशासन के स्तर का अंदाजा बखूबी लगा सकते हैं। आप सभी को बताना चाहती हूँ कि इस परेड दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं मुख्य आरक्षक लोकेंद्र सिंह। जोरदार तालियों से इनके हौसले को सलाम करें। युवा जुनून कुछ नया कर दिखाने का, जोश आगाज को अंजाम तक पहुंचाने का, हौसला नामुमकिन को मुमकिन बनाने का और संकल्प देश को सर्वोच्च शिखर पर ले जाने का। आज इसी संकल्प के साथ परेड दस्ता इस प्रांगण में अपना स्थान लेने के लिए बढ़ता हुआ। जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं, परेड का मुख्य दस्ता इस प्रांगण में अपना स्थान ले चुका है। आप सभी पुनः अपना ध्यान परेड प्रांगण के मध्य ले जाएं। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज उतारने की प्रक्रिया में सबसे पहले आपके समक्ष आते हुए आरक्षक रोहन दत्ता और आरक्षक मनोहर लाल। जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। इतनी सी बात हवाओं को बताए रखना, रोशनी होगी चिरागों को जलाए रखना, लहू देकर जिसकी हिफाजत की है हमने, उस तिरंगे को आंखों में बसाए रखना। इस परेड का एक और महत्वपूर्ण अंग ध्वज रक्षक टोली। आप सभी अपना ध्यान मुख्य द्वार की ओर ले जाएं।
राष्ट्रीय ध्वज रक्षक टोली
आप देख सकते हैं कि ध्वज रक्षक टोली परेड प्रांगण में प्रवेश लेते हुए जिसकी कमान संभाले हैं मुख्य आरक्षक बलवीर सिंह। इस टोली के जोश और जज्बे को देखते हुए इसके सम्मान में चंद पंक्तियां कहना चाहूंगी। कुछ नशा तिरंगे की आन का है, कुछ नशा मातृभूमि की शान का है। हम लहराएंगे हर जगह यह तिरंगा, नशा यह हिंदुस्तान के सम्मान का है। ध्वज रक्षक टोली की मुख्य भूमिका शाम के समय राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को संपूर्ण सम्मान देते हुए उतारने की होती है। जोरदार तालियों द्वारा इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज उतारने की प्रक्रिया में सबसे पहले आपके समक्ष आते हुए आरक्षक राजीव कुमार। और झुककर सलाम करें उनको जिनके हिस्से में ये मुकाम आता है। खुश नसीब होता है वह लहू जो देश के काम आता है। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज उतारने की प्रक्रिया में अब आपके समक्ष आते हुए आरक्षक रोहित कुमार। सीने में जुनून, आंखों में देशभक्ति की चमक रखता हूं। दुश्मन की सांसें थम जाएं, आवाज में इतनी धमक रखता हूं। इस टोली के जोश और जज्बे को देखते हुए इनके सम्मान में चंद पंक्तियां कहना चाहूंगी। देशभक्तों से ही देश की शान है, देशभक्तों से ही देश का मान है। हम उस देश के वीर हैं यारों, जिस देश का नाम हिंदुस्तान है। एक बार पूरा जोरदार तालियों से इनकी हौसला अफजाई करें। मिलने के पश्चात परेड कमांडर परेड की कार्यवाही को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मेरा आप सभी से निवेदन है कि राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उतारते समय उसके सम्मान में कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को उचित सम्मान दें।
प्लीज अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
विजय विश्व तिरंगा प्यारा, झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि ध्वज रक्षक टोली राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को लेकर इस प्रांगण से विदा होगी। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहकर उसे सम्मान दें।
राष्ट्रीय ध्वज रक्षक टोले बाएं से बाएं दिशा बदल के बन बाएं बन।
दे सलामी इस तिरंगे को जिससे तेरी शान है, सर हमेशा ऊंचा रखना इसका जब तक दिलों में जान है। ध्वज रक्षक टोली प्रांगण से स्मार्ट मार्चिंग एवं उत्तम दर्जे के ड्रिल का प्रदर्शन करते हुए विदा लेते
in the Araspura sector comes to an end. This ceremony has started almost 2 weeks after being called off due to the Operation Sindur and the aftermath. It's important to mention that this ceremony is take place every weekend, that is Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage. Back to studios.
Some big breaking news at this hour. Akali councillor Harjinder Singh Behman was shot dead in Amritsar, and according to a statement that has been released by the Punjab police, The statement says that while Harjinder Singh was on his way, a motorcycle carrying 3 to 4 individuals approached him and opened fire, and he succumbed to his injuries on the way to the hospital. According to his brother and brother-in-law, the attackers were the very same individuals who had previously opened fire at his residence and also issued threats to the councillor. That is the breaking news of the moment, viewers. Bike-borne men shoot dead Akali leader Harjinder Singh in Amritsar, and police investigation is currently underway as we speak, while a statement has been released on the case. And the police have said that he was specifically targeted by 3 to 4 bike-borne individuals while he was on his way. And his family has also issued a statement saying that they believe that these were the same individuals who had targeted him previously and opened fire at him in a previous case. And we're also learning that the councillor succumbed to his injuries while he was on his way to the hospital. And we're picking up more details as we wait to connect with my colleague on the ground who has more information. But that is the breaking news of the moment, viewers. Akali leader Harjinder Singh was shot dead by bike-borne men in Amritsar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility.
Government's stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein.
टेरर और टॉप एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Huge economic milestone. India leaps past Japan, becomes fourth largest economy in the world. Recent US intel report exposes major discrepancies in Pakistan's claims about its nuclear arsenal post-Operation Sindur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi issues a gag order to motor-mouth irresponsible leaders. Prime Minister advises BJP leaders to be more careful regarding their statements on Op Sindur. CDS Chauhan meets army jawans in Jammu and Kashmir, lauds them for success of Operation Sindur. All right, we are beginning this Sunday edition of This is Exclusive with breaking news coming in. First, from Punjab, where Akali leader Harjinder Singh has been shot dead. He was a councillor, a municipal councillor in Amritsar, and just an hour or so back, while he was moving out, he was shot dead by bike-borne assailants who are yet to be identified. These are pictures coming in from Amritsar. And we are going to get our reporter live in a bit. But this information is coming in that, and in fact, we have a police reaction also by ADG, additional DCP Harpal Singh Randhawa, who has said that the leader's brother and brother-in-law have complained that the attackers were the same people who had opened fire on him previously at his residence. Akali councillor Harjinder Singh Bahman shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Amritsar. And we have, in fact, Lalit Sharma joining us live from Chandigarh, our Punjab correspondent. Lalit, what more can you tell us? Who was this leader, and any details of why he has been shot dead? Who are those who have killed him? And whether the police is hot on their chase?
Abhishek ji, if we talk about as per the police and as per the relatives of the Akali leader who has been shot, who has said to be Harjinder Singh Bahman, who is the councillor from Ward number 2 in Jandiala Guru in Amritsar. He was shot in the evening by the unknown assailants who came on the bike. Around 3 to 4 fire shots were shot and all have hit him. And during his treatment on his way to the hospital, he's come to the bullets. So he was shot dead. But as per his brother-in-law, he has been said that some weeks ago, these were the same assailants who have given a threat to Harjinder Singh Bahman at that time also. So right now, police is investigating the whole matter as per the brother-in-law. But if we talk about the way it has been, the Akali leader has been killed. After that, there has been a lot of panic in that area. So in the evening, unknown assailants have shot dead the Akali Dal councillor from Ward number 2 in Amritsar. Jandiala Guru is the area from where he has been the councillor. So he has been shot dead, and police is further investigating this whole matter.
Any clues about where those assailants are? Is the police zeroing down on their location and close to arresting them?
Well, Abhishek ji, as per the Republic TV has a word with the ADCP Harpal Singh. He has said that the CCTV footages of the area has been taken, and they are very close to the person, the unknown assailants who have shot dead. But till now, police is just chasing them, but they have got certain important clues as all the CCTV footage has been taken, and further on. We are further investigating who the unknown assailants were. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us with those details. We will, of course, keep close track of the developments in this story and come back to you as and when there is something more from the police coming in. Moving on. In a significant milestone, something for which we as citizens of India should be proud of, the NITI Aayog has officially announced that India has surpassed Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world, with a current GDP at $4.18 trillion. This milestone underscores India's economic growth trajectory, and India's public policy think tank NITI Aayog, its chief executive officer BVR Subramaniam, also predicted that India may soon surpass Germany also and become the third largest economy, perhaps over the next couple of years. Let's look at that announcement made by Subramaniam, and then we'll have a guest.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. NITI Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th NITI Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati, and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
All right, joining me for a short conversation on this good news, Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary of India. Very good evening to you, sir. Is this neighbor's envy, owner's pride kind of moment for us? The fundamentals looking good and the Indian economy cruising almost at a breakneck speed there vis-a-vis rest of the world?
Thank you for having me, Abhishek. First, I think the announcement yesterday by the NITI Aayog CEO was highly consequential from two aspects. One, that India has crossed the $4 trillion, the line to grow its GDP, which, as we all know, just about 6 years ago was below $2 trillion. So doubling it up in 6.5 years is a great achievement, I would say. Second, this is happening at a time when globally there are a whole lot of headwinds on trade, on FDI, as well as uncertainty caused by the President of the United States. The volatility which has been caused by the uncertainty of what is going to come from the United States. Yet, and that's affected us for 1/4 of last year. President Trump was sworn in on the 20th of January, so it affected us till the end of March, for sure, counting last year. And the data which has been made use of to kind of indicate that we've gone past Japan is up to 31st March, and the data used is of IMF, not of a domestic body. So I think it is an extremely landmark achievement by India, and congratulations to the political leadership, to the economic leadership in the country, as well as the private sector, which would have contributed very largely, maybe much more in the export of services and production of services than as much in merchandise exports or merchandise production.
Right. So my next question to you is, before I let you go, with this kind of good news coming in and all the tailwinds there, you think that the private sector now really should pick up from here? Till now we see the heavy lifting having been done by the government and through the public sector spending. The private sector money was still, investments were still not coming in. You think now is the time that they should really pick up the tab and take it forward from here?
I'm fully in agreement with you on that, Abhishek, that post-COVID, the recovery which we saw, a very sharp recovery in the year 22-23 and a steady one subsequently, was driven largely by the government and its PSUs, both central as well as the states. It is time that the private sector in India, rather than, and they've had a good time, demand has been increasing, most of them have seen good, healthy bottom lines in the revenue as well as bottom lines, yet the capital investment from them to expand capacity has not kept pace with it. If anything, yesterday's data are a little shocking that last year's FDI inflows into India, which otherwise were $81 billion, a 14% increase over the previous year, yet the net FDI, which is what UNCTAD, the body which monitors FDI flows, is below $1 billion, $353 million alone, which shows that the private sector is not really investing. If they are investing, it is the outflow out of India, not really in the greenfield projects in India where we would like to see them invest.
Right. My last question to you, sir, before I let you go. The NITI CEO also mentioned that it's just a matter of few years, maybe 2 or 3 years, he said, that India would actually be the third largest economy, displacing Germany from the pedestal. This good news has come in even before the renegotiated free trade agreements kick in. So we have recently signed one with the United Kingdom, before that with the UAE, before that with Australia, and one is in the works each with the EU and United States, of course. You think this is going to give tremendous tailwinds to our economy going forward?
I have absolutely no doubt about the fact that FTAs, which will facilitate freer trade than we have today, will certainly give a fillip to the Indian exports, Indian imports as well, trade, but trade as a whole adds to the GDP of the country. And that is where we can be sanguine, optimistic, that in addition to what activities we have been doing, which have given us a 6.2% rate of growth during the current year, despite our Q2 not having been very robust and bringing down the GDP in the first half to just about 5%. The second half of the year, despite all the headwinds, we've done very well, and the year has ended for us at 6.2. I'm optimistic that within a couple of years, we will be past Germany, because the rate of growth in European Union, as we all know, varies at most to 2.5%, and Germany is no exception to the rule for the 27 countries. So we could well be beyond that line also, and be in the happy position of having our GDP beyond 4.75 trillion within a couple of years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dua, for joining us with that perspective. And hopefully those tailwinds from FTAs will take India higher and higher. That note, we move on, viewers. A recent US intelligence report has exposed major discrepancies in Pakistan's claims on nuclear arsenal post-Operation Sindur. In fact, the report is post-Operation Sindur, but it analyzes threats to United States, and in doing so, mentions how Pakistan has been beefing up its nuclear arsenal, particularly those tactical smaller weapons which can be dangerously used at a lower threshold. The United States Defense Intelligence Agency's 2025 Worldwide Threat Assessment highlights Pakistan's ongoing modernization of its nuclear arsenal and indicates that Pakistan is likely to obtain weapons of mass destruction related materials from foreign suppliers, primarily Chinese, with some goods transshipped through various countries, including UAE and Singapore and Hong Kong. Let's look at those details and come back on the other side with a conversation with India's former Foreign Secretary, Kanwal Sibbal. Joining us, India's former Foreign Secretary, Mr. Kanwal Sibbal. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us from London. And this information that has come out, which is a threat assessment by Pentagon about on United States security situation. On Pakistan, it clearly mentions that Pakistan looks at tackling their India threat with the use and beefing up of, if not use, but beefing up of their tactical nuclear weapon arsenal. How would you see that, sir? Another round of nuclear blackmail from Pakistan?
Well, this is an old story, Abhishek. This is nothing new. Pakistan has been developing tactical nuclear weapons, in fact, even threatening their use precisely to offset India's superior conventional advantage. The point here is that what does the United States intend to do about this? Okay, you issue a report like this, and you also say the channels they're using, Hong Kong, UAE, or whatever else, and seem to adopt a pretty neutral attitude, as if it is normal for Pakistan to develop tactical nuclear weapons, because these are meant for use, unlike the strategic weapons, which are only intended to be used if there is really an existential threat to a country.
Right.
But tactical nuclear weapons are battlefield weapons. And the United States and NATO are very sensitive to Russia having developed tactical nuclear weapons and the threat that they have been propagating about Russia's willingness to use these tactical nuclear weapons, etc., etc.
Right.
Now, you see the absurdity in this. On the one hand, we know that the United States, along with China, helped Pakistan develop its initial nuclear capability. And if they're developing tactical nuclear weapons, where is the help coming from? And what is the United States doing to block the channels from where they're getting all this material and know-how and everything else clandestinely?
Yeah.
The United States is very strongly positioned in, for example, UAE.
Right.
Now, point is that you can make reports like this, but at the same time, you don't want to declare Pakistan the aggressor, you don't want to declare it a terrorist state, and you also help in getting Pakistan access to a billion, $2 billion of IMF bailout.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the point of pressure that they should use. That if you're going to use the bailout money that we are giving you to develop your nuclear capabilities, which are a danger to stability, not only in the South Asian context, in the subcontinental context, but in a regional and wider context, because no one has until today used tactical nuclear weapons.
So you think
what is the United States?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, you think this could be America is scaremongering, given the fact that President Trump used some nuclear signaling as the reason why he sort of jumped into the talks?
I think, from my own experience, things of course changed, I must admit, but from my own experience in the service, the United States has always batted for strategic stability in the subcontinent. That is, build up Pakistan to a point where India cannot be entirely dominant and can pose a serious threat to Pakistan, that Pakistan should have the ability to counter India. And that's why they produce these reports without any judgment and without any steps they intend to take to try and suppress these ambitions, nuclear ambitions of Pakistan. And the fact that China is there to support Pakistan, so what is the United States doing about that?
Yeah.
And all this ultimately has relevance to the entire Indo-Pacific concept.
Right.
If you want security and everything else in the Indo-Pacific, and India and United States are partners, the threat is not only from China, threat is also from Pakistan and the China-Pakistan nexus.
Absolutely.
So Pakistan building up its nuclear capacity against India is in fact a regional threat. It's an Indo-Pacific threat.
Absolutely, sir. So instead of just mentioning it in their threat assessment report, they should be doing something about it. The Americans should be doing something about it.
And at least share with us what they intend to do.
Absolutely.
I'm very doubtful if they have shared anything with us.
And so, it's not a secret from Lop Nor to Kahuta via the thieving network of AQ Khan. Pakistan has effectively, built its bomb using, stolen technology and of course, Chinese support. But what is worrying perhaps is that these tactical nuclear weapons, essentially because it's a little easier to operate them, there is always this clear and present danger that this can fall into rogue hands given the state of affairs in Pakistan. So you believe that it's not just an Indian problem or an American problem, it's the world's problem to handle?
Abhishek, when you talk about rogue hands, you think already the rogue hands don't have a finger on the nuclear trigger in Pakistan. Look at the Pakistani army chief. I mean, he's an out-out rabid Islamist. How is he any better than the rogue elements that you are referring to?
True.
But apart from that, it's not easy for people who are not trained to handle nuclear weapons and have after all, they have to be launched and you have to have a complete understanding of how it works and then have a battlefield strategy. So I think it's not that simple that somebody can go and simply steal something and use it. There would have to be full connivance with the Pakistani armed forces and whoever intends to use them. So I don't think that Pakistan will take the risk of using tactical nuclear weapons because our nuclear doctrine is very clear. That whatever the Pakistani use by way of nuclear weapons, tactical or otherwise, will be responded to with a massive nuclear strike.
Right.
Now, if Pakistan is on a suicide mission, then it's a different matter.
Yeah, and in the recent past, from Uri to Pulwama and from Pulwama to Pahalgam, I think India has made a statement that below the nuclear threshold, we can still exercise military and kinetic options and to lethal effect, as can be seen from the taking down of terror infrastructure in this round during Operation Sindur. Thank you so much, Mr. Sibbal, for joining us with that perspective on this threat assessment report of the United States, which sort of scaremongers on Pakistan's use of nuclear weapons below the strategic threshold. Thank you so much.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June.
Government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein.
टेरर और टॉप एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज परिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. Last episode, I profiled for you the Pakistan Army, its deep tentacles and its tight grip over Pakistan. As the adage goes, while nations keep armies, in the case of Pakistan, the army keeps the nation. Rooted in hate for India and inspired by jihad, the Pakistan Army has not inflicted last of its terror acts by way of Pahalgam. It is unfortunate and sad, but true that there would be more such attacks in future. We cannot make a mistake of the kind we made in Pahalgam with lax security. The security gap that left those tourists unprotected on April 22 must not be repeated at any cost. Operation Sindur has created a new normal of lowering the bar above which Pakistan would attract India's kinetic response. We have discussed in detail the military strategy and tactics, the success of our air defense systems, the precision-guided destruction of terror infrastructure, and how Indian armed forces delivered their most visible mission success in recent times. Military leaders the world over are taking note. But this episode, I am focusing on the geopolitical side of India's response to Pahalgam. How did the world respond? Did we find friendship among our friends? Are we back to square one on dehyphenation between India and Pakistan? How has diplomacy fared post-Pahalgam? We are in the midst of an ongoing tour of 7 all-party delegations that are on a briefing spree through world capitals. Why were those nations chosen? What are our objectives? What we intend to achieve? A lowdown in segment 1. And then, to close the episode, a short segment on the first American Pope in the history of Roman Catholic Church. What it means for America's declining hegemony. Let's get going.
Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully. And they both have very powerful leaders, very strong leaders, good leaders, smart leaders. And it all stopped.
Donald Trump, the US president who eats deals for breakfast and cracks two before going to bed, or so he wants the world to believe, tried to take away some thunder of Operation Sindur by not only announcing the ceasefire before India or Pakistan did, but also claiming mediation on Kashmir. This has been strongly rebutted by New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has made it clear that there was no mediation for ceasefire and there would be none whatsoever on Kashmir. Listen in.
One, where Pakistan is concerned, our relations, our dealings with them will be bilateral and strictly bilateral. That is a national consensus for many years, and there is absolutely no change in that consensus that dealings with Pakistan will be bilateral.
With his comments, Trump broke a 2.5-decade-old consensus of American foreign policy on South Asia, that of dehyphenation between India and Pakistan. Mediation over Kashmir was dumped completely post the 9/11 realignments. At least 4 American presidents, including Trump in his own first term, stayed away from mentioning the K word while speaking on India and Pakistan. In his first term, when Pulwama happened in 2019, Trump kept his counsel. The United States discreetly prevailed over Pakistan to hand over pilot Abhinandan Varthaman back to India, and even blocked a couple of Pakistan and China-sponsored motions at the UN Security Council. This time, initial reaction from Raisina was of disbelief, if not outright shock. Then came the thought that with Trump, this should be anticipated turbulence. The quickest understanding inside Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan, the headquarters of Ministry of External Affairs, was that Trump was just being Trump, that it was a case of typical Trumpist overreach. After all, India is not the first ally the mercurial president has rubbed the wrong way since coming to power in the second term. In fact, there's no ally of America that has not squirmed at his Truth Social broadsides. From buying Panama Canal to Greenland, from the White House roast of Zelensky and Cyril Ramaphosa to taking a jab at Keir Starmer and Macron, Trump has spared no one. And then there have been reports, as yet not denied by the White House, of some Trump aides' family business links in Pakistan. Look at this report. This says that Trump family backed World Liberty Financial, or WLF, signed a US $300+ million deal with Pakistan Crypto Council on April 26, just 4 days after the Pahalgam terror attack. Both sons of Trump, Eric and Trump Jr., as also his son-in-law Jared Kushner, together hold 60% stakes in the company. Co-chair of this company is Zachary or Zach Witkoff, son of Steve Witkoff, Trump's golfing partner and his special envoy to Russia and West Asia. All this has happened amid a raging controversy in American politics over Trump accepting a gift of a jumbo jet from the Qatari royal family, a Boeing that would become the official carrier of the American president, and on Trump completing his term would become his private jet. If Trump's deal-making is affecting America's foreign policy, too bad for the Americans. It takes away all or any moral underpinning that the USA would have had. This quiet in the Modi government has got some in the commentariat and a section of the opposition excited in India. They say, look how the cheerleaders of Trump in India's right wing are having to eat their words. How Trump has punctured all enthusiasm that had built around right-wing bonhomie with mega constituency of Trump's America. To them, here's a glimpse of how the United States behaved in the aftermath of the 26/11. And remember, US had lost 6 of its citizens in that terror attack in Mumbai in 2008. And the most ideologically aligned Obama was president. The Americans allowed David Coleman Headley to enter a plea bargain. Access to his testimony was restricted. US let ISI off the hook by saying it was not sure that the agency's leadership knew about the attack. The American prevarication was exasperatingly similar to Pakistan, to the extent that when a few US citizens brought a suit in a New York court against then ISI chief Ahmad Shuja Pasha, who had met 26/11 mastermind Zakiur Rahman Lakhvi in a Pakistani jail, the US government of Obama chose to grant him immunity. In the latest round, some of the unhappiness has been communicated to the Americans through the interlocutors. But with mercurial Trump, this might not have much impact. Any pressure can prove counterproductive. Given Trump's sense of self, New Delhi would have some tightrope walking going ahead to not let this turbulence affect the otherwise bright long-term relationship. Prime Minister Modi and his team of diplomats have a task at hand to make the India-United States partnership Trump-proof till 2029. Elsewhere, the response from the international fraternity has been along expected lines. For them, the nuclear button is the bugbear. Their main interest is to prevent a nuclear escalation between India and Pakistan. On this front, India's measured and proportionate response, even as we ride up the escalation metrics, should have put those doubts to rest. By calling up the Pakistani DGMO on the morning of May 7 and telling them that our military objectives had been achieved, India showed statesmanship in the face of an irresponsible adversary. The signaling could not have been clearer. We were not interested in escalating the conflict, but only in degrading the terror infrastructure targeted at India. From Kargil to Uri, from Pulwama to Pahalgam, with each episode, India has shown that a sharp escalation of costs on Pakistan can be managed despite the nuclear overhang. Now let us go nation-wise. First up, Turkey. Turkey, under Erdogan, fancies itself at the center of a new caliphate and has been jousting with Saudi Arabia to take on the Islamic world's leadership. The caliphate fantasy has taken some comic turn also, with the projection of Netflix series Ertugrul Ghazi, for example, as some kind of leadership posturing for the Ummah. With that pan-Islamism, Erdogan has been talking up Pakistan for the last decade and more. It was as part of this caliphate dreams that he created a troika of Turkey, Pakistan and Malaysia. A few years back, the idea was to create a counterweight to the Saudis. That explains the ideological basis of Turkey providing those drones that Pakistan used against India during Operation Sindur. Erdogan also sent some military contractors to help inept Pakistani soldiers fire those drones, two of whom perished in the Indian counter-strikes. Apart from this, parking a naval frigate in Karachi port during the standoff was clearly provocative. India hit back with withdrawing of some contracts, including the license of airport ground handling company Celebi. Public response was even more telling. Turkey's exports to India stand at around $4 billion, against $900 million only to Pakistan. This indulgence with Pakistan is sure going to hurt Turkey monetarily. But then, the motivation being pan-Islamism and not trade, nothing might come out of India's boycotts. We have at least made a point. Universities across the country withdrew from the MOUs they had signed with the Turkish counterparts. Erdogan was bestowed an honorary doctorate by the Jamia Millia Islamia of Delhi during his 2018 visit. That too should stand withdrawn. China next. Among India's strategic community, it is clear that any war with Pakistan is a proxy war with China. From the J-10 fighter jets to the PL-15 ballistic missiles to the HQ-9 air defense shield, the entire war machine directed against India is Chinese-made. One might say thankfully, because none of it fired properly in Pakistani hands. India officially claimed through a Ministry of Defense think tank that the Chinese put their military satellites at the disposal of Pakistanis to gather real-time intelligence on India's military response. What this means, though, is that in any future conflict, India has to take into account this dynamic that Pakistan has an inexhaustible supply of war machine to tap. The late General Bipin Rawat was not wrong in propounding the two-front war theory. In a scenario of a full-fledged war with Pakistan, China is likely to open a pressure point on the Eastern Front. There has to be enough wargaming for that possibility. within India's strategic community. Not for nothing, the first thing Pakistanis did on de-escalation was to scoot to China with a Thanksgiving note. Europe played responsible, with statements from London, Paris, Brussels, and Berlin appreciative of India's right to respond to the Pahalgam provocation. Many of the leaders from these countries called Prime Minister Modi directly to express their support. From the Muslim world, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, both having made tremendous strides in their India relationship, played a constructive role. It was not missed by Riyadh that the Pahalgam terror attack happened when Prime Minister Modi was their guest. And so the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs did not so behind-the-scenes ping-pong diplomacy to calm the tempers. The most encouraging reaction perhaps came from Afghanistan, with the Kabul regime, remember, as yet not recognized by India, is strongly condemning the terror attack in Kashmir. A lot is happening on the Afghanistan front. As if on cue, Foreign Minister Jaishankar had a phone call with Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Motaki. This was highest level contact between the two sides since the first Taliban government in 1999, and is testament to some nimble-footed diplomacy by India of late. The outreach through all party delegations to 33 countries is carefully crafted. The list includes all members of the UN Security Council, minus China and Pakistan, of course. All those UN member states that would join the UN Security Council next year, plus the permanent members, Russia, USA, France, UK, again excluding China. The delegations are carrying country-specific dossiers. For example, the team traveling to France is carrying notes on how Pakistan originating extremism and terrorism are behind some of the attacks that have taken place on the French soil. The point is, America or no America, West or no West, India has to frame its own response to cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan. We have to make sure that Pakistan pays every time a Pahalgam happens next. In military terms, with Operation Sindur, India has expanded the maneuverable space in which it can carry out kinetic actions in response to future terror attacks. Beginning with the Kargil War of 1999 and through the Uri, Pulwama and Pahalgam episodes, the escalation metrics in terms of inflicting costs has been going up. There is no evidence that Pakistan would desist from terrorism as instrument of state policy. Past episodes like the 26/11 Mumbai attack show its responses are tactical retreat and obfuscation, nothing more. Terrorism is hardwired into Pakistani society and polity. The Pakistan army is only the most potent and visible symbol of the radicalized society that Pakistan is. Imagine the Mumbai attack happened months after a preposterous compromise by India when the Manmohan Singh government let Baluchistan be slipped into the Sharm el-Sheikh joint statement. This is yet another proof, if one more was needed, that Pakistan cannot be appeased. It is like feeding a crocodile in the hope of buying peace. No, it won't happen. We have to keep on our guard. Moving on to the second segment, the American Pope.
Fratelli e sorelle, l'immane tragedia della Seconda Guerra Mondiale terminava 80 anni fa, l'8 maggio, dopo aver causato 60 milioni di vittime. Mai più la guerra!
You would have missed the irony. At a moment of history when the United States of America is seen as withdrawing from its leadership of the free world, and indeed the rest of the world, the Catholic Church elected its first American Pope. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, born in a Chicago suburb, Rob for family, Bob for friends, was picked to be the successor of Pope Francis. Now called Pope Leo XIV, in his first speech at the Sunday Mass on May 18, the new Pope promised to continue the legacy of his predecessor in reaching out to the margins of the Catholic Church. Prevost has taken his papal name
from 19th century Pope Leo XIII, who led the church during the first industrial revolution. The incumbent believes the advent of artificial intelligence provides similar challenges to mankind. America is, of course, excited. The Time magazine wrote, "For the first time ever, the most famous American in the world is not the president or a Hollywood icon or a tech billionaire, it's the Pope." St. Peter's Square was brimming with American flags when the announcement was made from the Sistine Chapel. In America, the news of an American Pope was received with excitement. A fractured polity united for once in seeing in the first America-born Pope part redemption of its leadership of the world that they have been relinquishing on the geopolitical plane. Like a typical Chicagoan, Prevost supports the Chicago White Sox baseball team in the Major League. Vice President J.D. Vance, during his first meeting, brought a jersey of the team as a souvenir, to which the Pope said, "Good choice." There was partisan subtext, of course. The Democrats, for example, point out to his strong views on social justice, migrants issue, and poverty. Typically Catholic, one might say. The Republicans find him closer to their worldview on abortion, religious liberty, among others. Again, typically Catholic. Apt for the America of our times. Even Pope gets divided along the political divide. The Pope has taken a strong position on Gaza, asking for a ceasefire and humanitarian aid to flow uninterrupted, something the Democrats would see as an endorsement of their positions. At the same time, Leo's harping on immediate cessation of hostilities in Ukraine is seen by the Republicans as endorsement of Trump administration's priorities. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who represented the USA at the Pope's inauguration, quipped that in their personal audience, the head of the Catholic Church said that the world was in such a situation that while an American president wanted peace, Europe was persisting with war. We don't know if Rubio was ad-libbing to please his president, who grinned on the sidelines. But if true, then this was a telling comment on the world we live in and America's place in it. It's been 5 months and more, and the war Trump promised to end within 24 hours of his inauguration continues with no signs of ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. Listen to this.
We honor all of their words. We'll see what happens, but I think, I believe that hopefully that's over with. And they'll leave the ships alone, just leave those ships alone. But so we do. We take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. It was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that.
This was Trump casually commending the bravery of the Houthis, a medieval ill-equipped militia in Yemen that has shrugged off American bombings and continues to be a nuisance for the world in the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. The American defeat in Afghanistan remains etched in the memory as a disaster. The world now knows Trump is bluffing his way on Kashmir mediation, for nothing like that happened or is going to happen. Israel-Gaza war is becoming a humanitarian mess, with America failing to provide any leadership. China gave a tech scare with DeepSeek trumping most American AI models. The Trump tariff war has left global economic consensus in tatters and confused. In this time of American decline, an American Pope seems like a glimmer of hope for the Americans. Within Vatican, however, Prevost was known as the least American of the cardinals, perhaps because he wears his authority lightly. Then there's a technicality. Though America-born, Prevost has Peruvian citizenship since 2015, the country of his work over the last 3 decades, where he served as a missionary and an archbishop, before being picked up for Vatican duties as a cardinal in 2023. In that sense, he is second Latin American Pope in succession, as Francis was from Argentina. That he's a church insider can be gauged from the fact that his election took little over 24 hours, the second shortest time in which the College of Cardinals elected Pope, the shortest being 10 hours in 1503 when Julius II was elected. In his first address from the pulpit, Pope Leo XIV spoke in Italian and Spanish, not English. Another marker perhaps that America is grappling with a generational identity crisis. Thanks for watching.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
And these are stories in brief. In Bharat in 5 minutes, in less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. The Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab and West Bengal will be held on June 19th. The counting of votes is scheduled for June 23rd. These seats were vacated following resignations or the demise of leaders. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th of May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will visit Dahod, Bhuj and Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Union Minister Jitendra Singh met with the Border Security Force and Army Jawans at the military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindur to inquire about their recovery. The Union Minister also checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. Prime Minister Modi hailed the recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risks of high sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, Prime Minister Modi emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. With the monsoon gaining strength, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur and Kasaragod districts. The IMD has warned of heavy rainfall across Kerala over the next 4 days. In the wake of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms that struck the national capital today, the Delhi airport has issued a passenger advisory for the passengers. Some flights have been impacted and hence passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly and stay in touch with airline staff for updates. A Liberian container vessel sank off the Kochi coast due to flooding. All 24 crew members on board were rescued, 21 by the Coast Guard and 3 by the Indian Navy's INS Sujata. The vessel went down with 640 containers, including 13 with hazardous cargo and 12 containing calcium carbide. Given the sensitive marine ecosystem along the Kerala's coast, Coast Guard activated full pollution response preparedness. Aircrafts equipped with advanced oil spill detection systems conducted air surveillance. So far, no oil spill has been reported.
The present status, today morning, the Indian Navy ship Sujata rescued 3 of the crew, which is the captain, the master, the chief engineer and the assistant engineer. They were on board the ship since yesterday. So today it was felt that if they stay put more, it was a danger for them. So they had to abandon the ship, and the crew was rescued by the crew of INS Sujata.
2 died and 4 were injured after a fire broke out in an e-rickshaw charging station in Shadara in the national capital. Injured and the dead bodies have been taken to GTP hospital. 19-year-old Brijesh and 18-year-old Maniram died on the spot. The in charge of the station, Vinod Rathore, has been apprehended and legal action is being taken.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom.
Government's stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein, it is our jugular vein.
टेरर और टॉप एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Tonight, we have a lot lined up for you. A lot of breaking updates coming in. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Akali leader Harjinder Singh shot dead in Amritsar. A resolution praising the valor of the armed forces and brave leadership of PM Modi was passed at a meeting of NDA CMs and deputy CMs today. Prime Minister Modi issues gag order to motor-mouth leaders. PM Modi advises BJP leaders to be more careful regarding their statements on Operation Sindur. India leaps past Japan, becomes 4th largest economy in the world. Massive controversy grips RJDS. Its chief Lalu Yadav expels his son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party and the family. CDS Chauhan meets army jawans in Jammu and Kashmir. Lauds them for success of Operation Sindur. Beginning some breaking up, it's coming in viewers. Akali leader Harjinder Singh has been shot dead in Punjab. Akali councillor shot dead by bike-borne men in Amritsar. I've tried to get some updates on the story, but this is the big breaking that we are getting for you tonight. We'll track the story very closely. Try to connect to reporters on the ground to understand what has happened. But this is Akali councillor Harjinder Singh shot dead in Amritsar. And we're trying to get more updates on this. From what we understand is that the Akali councillor was shot dead by bike-borne men in Amritsar. So shot dead by unidentified assailants in Amritsar. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Lalit, who's joining us live right now. Lalit, we're getting some initial information on the story that he was shot dead by bike-borne men in Amritsar. Investigation is continuing. Has the police been able to track down these assailants yet?
Shivangi, if we talk about the police, right now they are on the way to investigate and are trying to catch the unknown assailants. But today in the afternoon, two unknown assailants came on bike and have shot the Shiromani Akali Dal councillor from Jandiala Guru, Ward number 2, Mr. Harjinder Singh Bahman. So he was shot dead. Around 4 gunshots were fired on the Akali leader, and on his way to the hospital, he is come to the injuries. So right now, what we are getting from the police is that the CCTV footage of the complete area has been taken by the police. Apart from that, if we talk about the way he has been shot, as some days before also the threats, and he was some gunshots were fired on his doorsteps in his house. So that time also he has asked for the securities. Now the Shiromani Akali Dal senior leader Bikram Singh Majithia has said that the Chief Minister of Punjab is solely responsible for this murder as alleged by Bikram Singh Majithia. As he has said that the security cover is being given on the political affiliation and not on the threat perception. So now there has been political fingers which has been pointed towards the Aam Aadmi Party and especially to the Chief Minister of Punjab, Mr. Bhagwant Singh Mann. Now, the senior leader, Bikram Singh Majithia, have pointed straight fingers on him and saying that the security has been given on the political affiliation and not on the threat perception. Right now, police is further investigating the matter. But yes, today in the evening, 2 unknown assailants have fired 3 to 4 gunshots, of which 2 have hit on his head, and he has come to his injuries. Back to the studio, Shivangi.
Right, absolutely. I will be coming back to you, Lalit, for more on the story because investigation, like Lalit is saying, is continuing because these assailants who shot the Akali leader are unidentified. Okay, we have to move ahead, viewers, because getting some more breaking updates coming in. CDS General Anil Chauhan visited Northern Command of Indian Army in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur today. He met with the troops and congratulated them for success in Operation Sindur. He has conducted a strategic review and operational assessment post Operation Sindur. He also stressed on continued vigilance and jointness across services to address evolving threats. Those pictures coming in right now, viewers, where we see the CDS Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan visiting Indian Army's Northern Command at Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir and Western Command as well. Earlier, he has interacted with the Army commanders, Jawans, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, Lieutenant General Manoj Kumar, and senior staff officers who were actively involved in the planning and execution of Operation Sindur. And I want to go to my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us live right now from Jammu. Gursimran, CDS has also conducted a strategic review and operational assessment in the northern and western theatres during the visit. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in. Yes, Gursimran.
This was an important visit of Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan to the Western Command as well as the Northern Command of the Indian Army. Today we are told that first the CDS arrived at the Northern Command of the Indian Army, wherein he was briefed by the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, and in the Western Command he was briefed by Lieutenant General Manoj Katiyar on the present situation that is prevailing on the international border and that comes under the Western Command of the Indian Army. And also, if you remember that there has been a retaliation to the Pakistan side on the western front as well. While coming to the Northern Command, he was also briefed about the operations on the line of control as well as the ongoing operations in the hinterland, because the synergy that we have seen between especially the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and also the key role that has been played and by the Border Security Force, all that was discussed during this visit of the Chief of Defence Staff, because what we have seen that this time it was not only a single force that was going all out against Pakistan, but it was a complete synergy that was seen from the ground to the air, that how the forces have worked round the clock in synergy with each other to give Pakistan a befitting reply, be it the retaliatory strikes of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force or the preemptive strikes that have been carried out by the BSF against Pakistan. That has been completely the game changer and the reason that the Pakistan came down on knees actually seeking or begging for the ceasefire that has now taken place. So this is the situation, and this all was discussed during this visit of Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan to both the commands, that is the Western Command and the Northern Command of the Indian Army.
That is right, Gursimran. I will be coming back to you for more as we see that the CDS, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, has visited Indian Army's Northern Command at Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir and other areas as well. And viewers, moving ahead, just a day after helming a crucial NITI Aayog meeting, PM Modi has also held a very high-level huddle with the CMs and deputy CMs of NDA rule states in Delhi. Now, the 4-hour-long meeting zeroed in on the success of Operation Sindur, caste census and Maoist crackdown. Have a look at this report for exclusive scoop on the meeting. All hands are on deck as we are witnessing a series of back-to-back brainstorming sessions led by the Prime Minister. A day after spearheading a high-stakes NITI Aayog meeting, he remained in mission mode today as well and led a crucial strategy session with the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of NDA rule states. But before diving into brainstorming session, all the 20 CMs and 18 deputy CMs took a moment to tune in to watch Mann Ki Baat together, symbolizing shared vision and show of strength. The 4-hour-long meeting was not just a routine one. In focus were some of the most pressing issues facing the country, from the succession of Operation Sindur, caste census, crackdown on Maoists, first anniversary of Modi 3.0, good governance. Several issues were raked up and discussed by the top leadership. During the meeting, chief ministers and deputy chief ministers lauded our Jawans and congratulated PM Modi for successfully destroying terror bases in Pakistan. Caste census also received roaring support.
जातिगत जनगणना, इस जातिगत जनगणना के विषय पर जिसको भारत की कैबिनेट ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वीकृति दी है, और ये हमारी कल्पना शुरू से थी और हमारे बिहार की सरकार, नीतीश कुमार जी की सरकार जिसने सबसे पहले इसका प्रस्ताव लाया था, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए और यह जातिगत जनगणना पर भी प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ और सभी लोगों ने इसको जहां इसकी सहमति के साथ साथ जो मोदी जी का निर्णय हुआ है उसकी प्रशंसा के साथ साथ साधुवाद देने का काम इस प्रस्ताव में हुआ है।
With elections approaching in several states and national issues demanding urgent attention, the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this is a government that wants to stay on the front foot.
Getting to some big breaking up, it's coming in, viewers. JDU has slammed Lalu Prasad Yadav for expelling his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party. JDU leaders took a dive at RJD, calling it cat and mouse game. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers. And just after we saw that a short while back, RJD's Tejasvi Yadav has said that his brother Tej Pratap Yadav is an adult and has a right to make his own decisions. But his father's decision on his brother's expulsion stands, and the party cannot tolerate such things. So this is happening, viewers, but and a big reaction has now come. This time the reaction has come from the JDU. I repeat, the reaction has come from the JDU. So let's go ahead and play out exactly what Neeraj Kumar, JDU leader, had to say on this.
माननीय लालू प्रसाद जी के परिवार का यह मामला है, लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि लालू जी जब दरोगा प्रसाद राय, जो इस बिहार के चर्चित राजनेता ही नहीं थे, सम्माननीय थे, उनकी पोती को जब घर से निकाला गया था तो आपका संस्कार नहीं जागा था। उस समय आपका जमीर नहीं जागा और आज आपका जमीर जाग गया। और उसके बाद आपके मंतव्य के बाद आपके छोटे पुत्र तेजस्वी यादव बोलते हैं कि तेज प्रताप यादव हमारे बड़े भाई हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि घर से निकाला माना जाएगा। ये कैसा है, चूहा बिल्ली का खेल हो रहा है। बेटियों का सम्मान करना इस बिहार का राजनीति नहीं, देश का संस्कृति रहा है। इसलिए हमारी उम्मीद है कि दरोगा प्रसाद राय की पोती के साथ जो सरेआम अन्याय हुआ, और उस समय परिवारवाद का आरोप उस समय भी लग रहा था, आज भी आप पर लग रहा है और अब भी लगेगा, चूँकि आपके बेटा कहते हैं कि हमारे बड़े भाई जिसने इतना बड़ा आपराधिक कृत्य किया हो, कह रहा था हैक कर दिया गया है, तो हैक कर गया था तो जैक लगा करके इज्जत बचा रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे बड़े भाई हैं और पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लालू प्रसाद जी ने जो फैसला लिया है वो सही लिया है। तब बड़े भाई को जब परिवार से ही निकाला का लालू जी का वो ट्वीट है, तो आप बड़े भाई के रूप में स्वीकार कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब चूहा बिल्ली का खेल हो रहा है क्या?
Not only JDU but Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishore has also slammed Lalu and family over this controversy. Listen in.
ऐसा है, लालू यादव किसको परिवार से निकाल रहे हैं, किसको परिवार में रख रहे हैं, इससे बिहार का क्या लेना देना है? लालू यादव ने क्या कहा है कि कोई यादव समाज का काबिल आदमी है उसको हम नेता बना देंगे? लालू यादव तो आज भी यही चाहते हैं कि तेजस्वी यादव ही बिहार के नेता बने। हम लोग तो जनसुराज में हमने ओपन कहा है कि राजद की ओर से लालू जी ये कह दें कि अगर वो जात की बात करते हैं, छोड़िए पूरा बिहार का बात, अगर उनको यादवों की चिंता है तो यादव समाज से किसी आदमी को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा घोषित कर दे, जनसुराज उनके समर्थन में खड़ा हो जाएगा। खड़ा होकर दिखाइए। अरे ये जात की बात करने वाले जो नेता हैं, ये जात की राजनीति नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये अपने परिवार की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, अपने बच्चों की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। इनको किसी की चिंता नहीं है।
And we also saw a reaction coming in from Tejasvi Yadav, who has said that his brother Tej Pratap can make decisions, but that does not align with the party and his father's vision. Listen in.
जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है, तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्राध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है। वो निर्णय ले क्या उनके लिए सही है क्या गलत है, लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं और ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग।
Viewers, breaking news coming in. Massive human chain. I repeat, massive human chain protests erupted in Hyderabad in response to a call by the All India Muslim Personal Board voicing opposition against Waqf Amendment Act. Protests stretched from the Tori Chowk to Reti Boli, covering a distance of around 2 kilometers. Participants are holding placards and banners demanding the protection of Waqf rights and raised slogans in support of the cause. Okay. We have Aneri with us. Let's go to Aneri live. Aneri, this is a human chain, massive human chain, erupted in Hyderabad against Waqf Amendment Act 2025. And we see community leaders, we see activists and concerned citizens. Well, if you could take our viewers to these pictures coming in.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. What we are seeing is that there was a human chain that, as a call given by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board earlier, they had come up with an action plan of staging protests at various locations, various programs being held in Telangana over the Waqf Amendment Act. Earlier, we had seen that there was a protest public meeting of women that had taken place a few days back. And today, we saw that there was a human chain protest as a mark of protest, which was called by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, where many of the people from their community had come together, joining hands, and as a mark of protest, they had staged a protest. Many of them were seen holding placards where they say that Waqf property belongs to them, and they demand that the rollback of the Waqf bill should be done immediately. Well, remember earlier also we had seen that how All India Muslim Personal Law Board, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, and many of the leaders from the community have been demanding that the Waqf Amendment Bill is not right. And also not only this, today there was a human chain that was formed by the people there in Hyderabad at various locations. And on the 1st of June, we will be seeing a massive protest which will be held here in Hyderabad. That is again a call that has been given by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board.
Right. Okay, thank you for getting those details. We see protests against Waqf Act, a huge human chain has been formed. I really have to go ahead right now and get viewers more updates which are coming in. And it's a big news. It's a good news, in fact. India has officially become the world's 4th largest economy, overtaking Japan in nominal GDP rankings. This remarkable milestone highlights India's rapid economic growth, strong domestic demand, and expanding global influence as a nation continues to invest in technology, infrastructure, and innovation. This achievement marks a new era of opportunity and leadership on the global stage. Take a look.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's 4th largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China, and Germany. NITI Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th NITI Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the 4th largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China, and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the 3rd largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the 3rd largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the 4th largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati, and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
Alright viewers, getting you some more updates in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Less than a month, by-polls in 4 states will take place. Election Commission has announced that by-elections to 5 assembly seats in Gujarat, Kerala, Punjab and West Bengal will be held on June 19. Counting of votes is scheduled for June 23rd. These seats were vacated following resignations of or demise of leaders. PM Modi will visit Gujarat on 26th and 27th May, where he will inaugurate multiple development projects worth thousands of crores. He will visit Bhuj, Gandhinagar during his 2-day visit. Union Minister Jitendra Singh met with BSF and Army jawans at the military hospital in Jammu who were injured during Operation Sindur to inquire about their recovery. The Union Minister also go ahead and he checked their health reports and gifted them fruit baskets. PM Modi hailed the recent CBSE mandate for schools across the country affiliated under the board to install sugar boards to educate students on the risk of high sugar intake. During his 122nd Mann Ki Baat, PM Modi emphasized that fit and healthy India is the foundation of a strong India. Rain and severe thunderstorms have triggered severe waterlogging in the national capital and also affected Terminal 1 of Delhi Ajia Airport. Heavy rains resulted in water getting collected at a tin shed of the pickup area at the airport, resulting in it collapsing. Fortunately, there has been no injuries that were reported. As per airport officials, this is not a part of the airport structure and is outside. Also, the makeup of the tin shed is makeshift that had led to it collapsing. With the monsoon gaining strength, the Indian Met Department has issued a red alert for the 5 districts in Kerala. The alert is issued for Malappuram, Kozhikode, Wayanad, Kannur, Kasaragod districts. IMD has also warned of heavy rainfall across Kerala over the next 4 days.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी।
Fighting terror from across the border or fighting the red terror, our forces have left no corner and no stone unturned to decimate the enemy as they keep the nation first. And here on Republic TV, we keep the forces first, the nation first. I am Rakshita Mishra. Let's begin.
दुनिया ने और देश के दुश्मनों ने भी देख लिया कि जब सिंदूर बारूद बन जाता है तो नतीजा क्या होता है। सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, मैं देश नहीं मिटने दूंगा, मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा।
Operation Sindur is not over. It only remains suspended for the time being. The Indian Army remains alert. We will respond yet again.
जो हिंदुस्तान का लहू बहाते थे, आज कतरे कतरे का हिसाब चुकाया है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये उसका जवाब है। आज पूरी दुनिया हमारी सेना की वीरता और मारक क्षमता की भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा कर रही है।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
The roar of our leaders, the roar of the Indian forces is reverberating north to south, east to west, viewers. And remember, the operation is not over. And the first visit since Operation Sindur is going to happen as far as NSA is concerned. It's a crucial visit that's on the card. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is heading to Moscow next week to attend the 13th International Meeting of High Representatives for Security Issues. Now, this is his first visit to a country since the operation began. Now, why is this important? What we understand is that during this Russia visit, Ajit Doval will push for the expedited delivery of 2 pending squadrons of the S-400 air defense systems, the Sudarshan Chakra. S-400, India's long-range and high-precision shield, which has proved its strategic value during the historic Operation Sindur, has thwarted all the drone strikes attempted from across the border. And as India continues to stay on alert and fights against terror, the boost for air defense system is more important than ever. Remember, the US 3 years ago had publicly said that it was discouraging India from going ahead with acquiring the S-400 from Russia. Today, it is for the world to see why India resisted every pressure from outside or inside, viewers. So this is a strategic push amid Operation Sindur, and this is going to be an important visit. And viewers, we also spoke to defense expert Major General Sivach on that. Listen in. We are being joined by defense expert Major General A.K. Sivach. Now, General Sivach, this is, of course, NSA Ajit Doval's first visit since Operation Sindur, and he heads to Moscow. Now, this becomes very, very important given the fact that how a crucial role has been played by S-400, the deal with Russia, and also the fact that the BrahMos missile that was used to decimate several bases in Pakistan was also jointly developed by India and Russia.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. As far as Russian equipment is concerned, has proved to be very, very effective and robust. In fact, BrahMos missile, which has been jointly produced by India and Russia, this is the best cruise missile in the world. Today, the way it has operated and also come victorious in Indo-Pak, this conflict of 4 days, everyone to see this is the best cruise missile with a 3 Mach speed, and it cannot be detected because it goes very close to the earth. At the same time, it was S-400 which made a lot of difference, because the S-400 is the best air defense system available today in the world, and no denying the fact that no rocket, missile or drone could penetrate through the multi-layered of the air defense system, in which S-400 was one of them. Then there was Akash, then there was a Bharat 9 missile, as well as it has Ju-23M Shilkas and L-70 and anti-drone. But overall, one can say with a lot of pride that the jointly produced BrahMos as well as S-400 were one of those which proved to be most effective in this conflict of 4 days.
And so how do you see in the Indo-Russia relationship? Because there has been a consistency if you talk about this bilateral ties between the two countries, especially if you see how Russia has been playing a counterweight to countries from Eurasia, especially in such times, and it's been a historic a bonding with Russia. So, in wake of the current situation, how crucial you feel Russia is right now for India?
Russia is very important for us in the sense, the point is that not too many countries come openly with India as far as Pakistan is concerned. Though Pakistan stand isolated, there are also only 3 countries with Pakistan today, that is China, Turkey and Azerbaijan. But India was expecting that the role which Europe should have played was a very, one can say, emphatic role of denouncing the terrorism which has been perpetrated by Pakistan. But unfortunately, that has not happened that much. And so is the US. But Russia has come up openly. Russia has always stood with India, and Russia has in no uncertain terms said that they denounce terrorism in all forms.
Absolutely. It indeed has been most consistent partner as far as the anti-terror, counter-terror cooperation is concerned, and the fact that there is this very important understanding and realization now that why India had resisted all the pressure from United States as well. Just 3 years back, we had United States pressurizing us not to buy the S-400, but today, India's stand and resistance is now vindicated, isn't it?
Absolutely, no doubt about it. There was a huge pressure that there will be a CARSA which will be put, counting America's adversary through Sanction Act, that we must not take S-400. They put CARSA on Turkey, and they also, once they have taken S-400, they refused to give them F-35. They also put CARSA on, that is economic sanction against China. But certainly there was huge pressure on India, but India stood by it. India said, no, S-400 is the best air defense system. It meets the requirement. When we wanted a very good system from Europe and US, they refused, especially terminally high-altitude area defense system called THAAD and Patriot missile, and hence we went for S-400. But I can say with a lot of conviction, ultimately US realized that, and they did not have any heart to put CARSA or the economic sanction against us, and we now have proudly S-400, which proved to be very, very effective in this 4 days conflict.
General Sivaj, always a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV with your expert insights on the story.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So why S-400 is very important and what role has it played, viewers, in this operation? Now, successfully neutralized the hostile Pakistani targets. We all know how it had thwarted all the attempts and neutralized all the hostile Pak targets. Next, it tracked the targets as far as 600 kilometers with precision. So the precision is the key word over here. Also, it intercepted the threats at ranges up to 400 kilometers. That's the significance of S-400 as well. So the threats up to 400 kilometers were also intercepted, and it tracked and engaged multiple aerial threats as well. So it continues to be one of the topmost air defense systems, and not just that, it provided a robust shield over Indian airspace as well. So in fact, we've seen that there were Pakistani drone strikes attempted in several cities across India, and S-400 was the one playing a very important part, viewers. And in fact, if we talk about now the status of the deal as far as the S-400 is concerned, it's a big defense push that India is going for in this visit as well. So NSA Doval, of course, will be visiting Moscow next week, as we told you. Now, 3 out of the 5 S-400 squadrons have already been delivered. They are here in India. Now, we want to expedite the process. Fast-tracking of remaining 2 S-400 squadrons is in focus. That is what is on agenda in this visit of the NSA. So, it's going to be, of course, a big boost to India-Russia ties, the defense ties. They have been, very strong ties historically, as they have been together in the counter-terrorism operations for decades now. And NSA will also visit. NSA visit happens after the parliamentary delegation's Moscow visit as well. So it is, of course, a very big push, a big boost for India's defense ties with Russia. Also, we shift our focus now, viewers. The anti-terror operation, the anti-red terror operation, the crackdown on red terror continues in Chhattisgarh. After 2 back-to-back operations in the Red Corridor, 24 Maoists have surrendered before the police. That signal another blow to the Red Terror. Out of these 24 Maoist, viewers, 20 of them had a bounty of around 87.5 lakh rupees. Now, the crackdown is part of a larger anti-Maoist operation that spans across Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra. And remember, this follows Home Minister Amit Shah's stern message on making India free from Red Terror. And the deadline, of course, is in 2026. And we see that Red Terror is right now at its last. It is breathing its last. My colleague Akil Jamil has been reporting from ground zero. He is going to share us the situation from Narayanpur. Over to you, Akil. This is a big success. First, what we saw, the top commander like Basavaraju have been eliminated. This has been going on for years. If we see over the past 1 or 2 years, the announcement of bounties for these top commanders have actually yielded efforts. And there has been a crackdown on several, on all levels, the fact that the backbone has been struck this time by our forces, Akhil?
Well, that's right, Rakshita. If you see what we have been seeing, that this is a major flashpoint in the Maoist operation. Because if you see earlier what we have seen, that in just 2024, if you just talk about, there were 219 Maoists who have been neutralized in the year 2024. But if you just talk about the data which is shared by the Indian government, what we have seen that just in the 5 months, if you just look at the data from January to May, what we have been seeing that over 200 Maoists have been neutralized in the southern region of Chhattisgarh, which include the Bastar division. If you talk about the 7 districts in that region, what we have seen that Bijapur is one of the prominent regions in this entire Bastar division, which has been majorly affected by Maoists. In that region, what we have seen that if you just see 2 operations, back-to-back operations have been conducted jointly by the CRPF team and the Chhattisgarh police team. In the first operation that was started back then in the month of April 21st, what we have seen that in a 21-day-long operation, 31 Maoists have been neutralized, which include 16 women. In the second operation, which was a consecutive operation to basically hunt down a senior Maoist leader, Basava Raju, who was basically hunt down in Abujamar area. Abujamar area is an unmanned area, used to be for decades long battle. What we have been seeing that he was basically hidden in those forests of Abujamar, which basically encompasses 3 different districts, which include Bijapur. Not only Bijapur, apart from that, if you see the Bastar region area and Kondagaon and Narayanpur area. So in that region, the security forces of 4 different districts, which include Narayanpur, Kondagaon and Bijapur. So these 3 district DRG officials and the STF officials have jointly conducted this operation, and in that operation what we have seen that 27 Maoists have been neutralized, and unfortunately 2 DRG personnel have also been martyred in this entire operation. So that's a big development that we are seeing. Apart from that, what we have been seeing that there's a change in the trend in the southern belt of Chhattisgarh, and this very morning what we have seen that the Bijapur SP, while speaking to the Republic Media Network, has confirmed this. Mr. Jitendra Kumar, who is the SP of Bijapur, he has confirmed this to me that in this very operation, after this very operation, what has happened that 24 Maoists have basically surrendered to the police, which include Battalion number 1 and Company number 2, 2 senior commanders who have basically had a bounty of 10 lakh rupees and 5 lakh rupees. Both of them have surrendered before the police. So it's a very welcoming step. And what we have been seeing earlier, if you see, Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has given a direct call that by the end of March 2026, we will be able to completely wipe out Maoism. So by going by that mandate, what we have been seeing that the security forces, which include the CAPF, Central Armed Police Force, different units, different commands. Apart from that, if you see the Chhattisgarh police team, both of them working in tandem, in collaboration to bring out that mandate of basically hunting down those Maoists in that southern region of Chhattisgarh. Yes, of course, a big win for the forces and, of course, the political will behind it. Thank you so much, Akhil, for joining us, reporting from Ground Zero in Narayanpur. And viewers, now we shift our focus to the exclusive inputs that we are getting in. My colleague Satya Vijay has spoken to IG Bastar P. Sundaraj on Operation Black Forest success.
पीएम मोदी से लेकर देश के गृह मंत्री से लेकर छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री तक सभी इस ऑपरेशन की काफी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि इसे सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेशन बताया जा रहा है। कहा जा रहा है कि नक्सलवाद की रीढ़ की हड्डी टूट गई है इस ऑपरेशन से।
21 मई 2025 नक्सल विरोधी अभियान के इतिहास में काफी एक महत्वपूर्ण और निर्णायक दिन। उस दिनांक को डीआरजी टीम और माओवादियों के बीच में हुई मुठभेड़ में सीपीएम माओवादी संगठन का जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूरा माओवादी संगठन का नंबर 1 टॉप कैडर है, उनका डेड बॉडी को सुरक्षा बल द्वारा मुठभेड़ के पश्चात रिकवर किए गए थे। उनके साथ साथ टोटल 27 माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी को सुरक्षा बल ने रिकवर किए थे। जिस तरीके से वर्ष 2024 में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा माओवादियों के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई लड़ते हुए 217 माओवादियों का डेड बॉडी बस्तर संभाग में बरामद की गई, तो उसके अलावा और अन्य कई माओवादी का इस मुठभेड़, अलग अलग मुठभेड़ में मार गिराया होगा, लेकिन उनका डेड बॉडीज हमने किसी के कारण से रिकवर नहीं कर पाए थे। लेकिन 2024 में सुरक्षा बल ने माओवादियों को काफी बड़ा झटका लाए थे। उस बढ़त को आगे ले जाते हुए 2025 में भी काफी निर्णायक बढ़त हम तक को प्राप्त हुआ। इन सबसे ऐतिहासिक जो घटनाक्रम रहा 21 मई 2025 को, जिसमें सुरक्षा बल ने सीपीएम मोदी संगठन का जो प्रमुख है, जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी और पोलिट ब्यूरो मेंबर, वो पूरा संगठन का सरगना है, उनका डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। ये नक्सल विरोधी अभियान की पूरा घटनाक्रम में ये काफ़ी एक महत्वपूर्ण जो हिसाब से इसको देख सकता है, और निश्चित रूप से आने वाला बहुत जल्दी नक्सल संगठन का खात्मा सुनिश्चित होगा और क्षेत्र में विकास कार्य को गति मिलेगा और एक शांति व्यवस्था स्थापित होने साथ साथ बस्तर के लिए एक नया आइडेंटिटी भी प्राप्त होगा।
सप्लाई चेन तोड़ दी है आपने नक्सलियों की, तो लेकिन इनके पास जो हथियार बरामद हुए वो तो काफी हाईटेक रहे।
जैसा जितना भी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस से पूर्व में लूटा गया हथियार है, AK-47 SLR इंसास, इन सभी तमाम हथियार को हम हाल फिलहाल में जितना भी एनकाउंटर्स हुआ, इसमें काफ़ी सैकड़ों की संख्या में हमने रिकवर बैक किया। और उनके पास जो लोकली फैब्रिकेटेड जो BGL शेल्स है या BGL लॉन्चर्स है और अन्य जितना भी वेपन्स है, उसके जो फैक्ट्री के ऊपर भी हमने विगत दिनों में काफ़ी अच्छा कार्रवाई किया। जैसा अभी कोरागुटलो हिल्स में जो हमारा अभियान लगभग 21 दिन चला है, इस दौरान हमने उनका 4 ऐसा जो टेक्निकल फैसिलिटी वाला जो लोकेशन को हमने हाइडआउट को सर्च किया, उसको डिस्ट्रॉय किया। उसमें काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में लेथ मशीन और इस प्रकार का जो BGL लॉन्चर्स शेल्स बनाने के उनके पास जो भी मटेरियल्स थे, उन सबको भी डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इससे माओवादी का जो फायर पावर काफ़ी हद तक अभी कम होते जा रहा है। उनके पास संख्या बल भी पहले की तुलना में काफ़ी कम हो चुकी है।
Viewers, even as the guns have fallen silent along the line of control, the Indian Army remains on high alert, closely monitoring every movement across the border. India has deployed medium-caliber weapons in forward positions. The Army is leaving nothing to chance. Surveillance has been intensified, patrols have been stepped up, and frontline units remain in a state of operational readiness. Watch our exclusive report filed by my colleague Simran Singh.
Republic is reporting from the ground zero where Pakistan was hammered by the border security force and their bunkers were totally decimated by the troops of the BSF. Right now we are in the Samba sector where the BSF's gun is still pointed towards the Pakistani post because Pakistan cannot be trusted. Though the guns have fallen silent, but here a befitting reply was given by the border security force, decimating the Pakistani terror infrastructure as well as the Pakistani Rangers infrastructure that was there, making it very clear to the Pakistan side that they cannot actually afford any mischief along the international border. A line of control, what we saw, it's almost the double on the international border because it was BSF, and BSF proved to be lethal for the adversary as they have given them a befitting reply for the mischief that they were planning, and around 20 casualties to the Pakistan side has been confirmed. These are the posts of the Pakistan that is on the radar of the border security force. That post still has a Pakistani flag, but it has been tilted down, and the Pakistan dare not to come to this side so that they can even fix the position of their national flag there. As we move upwards here, we will be in a better position to show you the damage that has been done to the Pakistani position, because this Pakistani position was the one from where a group of terrorists was trying to sneak in with the active assistance from the Pakistani Rangers as well as the Pakistani army. But now, as the threat is decimated, BSF is still keeping around the clock vigil on the situation that is prevailing here on the ground, because this area has been one of those areas that has seen multiple threats coming from across the border. And to the right of the Sarjivan is the Pakistani post that is there. This Pakistani post has been decimated, and the tricolor of Pakistan that you see here, that is now flying tilted. But Pakistan dare not to come, and now they are sending their civilians into this area for so-called caretaking of this very post that has been decimated by the Indian side. I am joined by the commanding officer of the BSF battalion that has been deployed here. Mr. Shekhar, how it was that day? Because there was a movement that was seen across the border, and the BSF response was way lethal than Pakistan has expected.
Yes, in war or in battle, it is always a surprise and the deception which plays a major role, in fact. And if enemy cannot guess you what is coming to him, that makes him impoverished. On that particular day, when we got the information, and the information was discussed with the higher headquarters, and then a plan was chalked out to decimate the terrorists or the infiltrators which were about to infiltrate into Indian territory. It is always better. It's always rather better to decimate the enemy in their field. The battle should always be fought in his own territory, not in our territory. And we did that as far as the choice of the weapon is concerned, choice of the target is concerned. the one who takes initiative always gets upper hand.
Sir, what is the prevailing situation now? Because we are seeing that flag is still tilted. They dare not to come to even fix this one. How's their morale? Because they have been hit brutally.
As far as their morale is concerned, their morale is always in the boots. Those people are not being seen here. Even the maintenance of the bunkers is being done by the civilians, or they may be doing it in the civil clothes, but they are not manning it also. As far as you are seeing this flag has not been changed. And there are other posts also in the near vicinity where the flag even not has been hoisted since 8th of night.
So, sir, can we say that they will not dare to even come from this side or any escalation from this side in near future because they have been hit brutally?
No, as a ceasefire has been declared, but I cannot say that enemy cannot be trusted, and we are ready. In fact, whenever he comes, we will give him the befitting reply, and this time we will not leave him like this.
So this time we will not leave him like this. This is the words that are coming from the border security force, and this is very clear that what BSF has given this time is just a trailer, and the actual picture is baki, as said by the Raksha Mantri of the country.
And now my colleague Aravat has also been tracking the developments from the LOC. He gets this report from the last BSF bunker as the first line of defense continues to keep India safe.
Republic crew has reached the forward location in the Jammu and Kashmir. We have recently seen that the operations have been intensified across the line of control areas in the Kashmir Valley. We have recently seen that the Operation Sindur, in which we have seen that the multiple launching pads in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been destroyed by our forces. Then after we have seen there are the intelligence-based inputs that there is attempt of the infiltration by the Jaish and the Lashkar terrorists in the various paths along the line of control area in the Kashmir region. And then after we have seen security has been intensified, and you can see that these are the important routes, and you can see these are the difficult terrains where you can see that the combing operation is going on. This forward location is very much close to the line of control area in the Kashmir Valley. For the security reasons, we will not mention the exact location of the ongoing operation, and you can see how the troopers of the BSF and other paramilitary security forces are doing the multiple kind of operations at the various sensitive locations across the Kashmir Valley. We have got the multiple intelligence reports that there is desperate attempt by the terrorists from the launching pads to infiltrate to this side, but we have seen that the alertness of the forces, we have seen that the area like these, if Firdaus can show you from this very side, and you can see the difficult terrains where the ongoing operations are going on. We have recently seen in this area that the multiple anti-terror operations was conducted by the Joint Security Forces, in which we have seen that a large quantity of the cages of arms and ammunition have been recovered by the Joint Security Forces. But yes, that the intelligence has once again sounded alert in this area that there is possibility that the Jaish and Lashkar terrorists may infiltrate to this side.
From patrolling the line to the pounding the enemy, the Indian Army in Tangdhar has also shown that even the toughest terrain bows before them. Here's my colleague Harsha's report.
Right now we are at Air Defence forward post, and how the drill is being done here. We'll show you the drill exactly. I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to exactly post at the drill right now. The drill which is being conducted here is exactly the drill how Operation Sindur was conducted, and how at the intervening night of 6th and 7th, how the air defense system actually worked from the forward post. And from here, the POK location, if we talk about, is not very far. The Muzaffarabad 2 terror launch pads were exactly targeted from here by the air defense system of our Indian Army. And also there's a proper radar and the control center and the command center from where the commands were entrusted. And this is the drill. Right now on our camera, how this L-70 air defense gun works. This is exactly how it worked, and for many days this drill was being performed, and therefore it also cracked down and destroyed and intercepted the hostile target from Pakistan.
Republic continues to get you the most extensive ground coverage from the front lines. Now, viewers, we leave you with this powerful message from the Indian Army. Jai Hind.
aggression dared to cross our borders, we rose higher. Not with words, but with resolve. We are bound by duty to our nation and devoted to every citizen we serve. We stand guard over every life, every inch, every hope, in every circumstance. The Indian Army. When duty calls, we answer without pause.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, good evening and welcome to this special Sunday broadcast on Republic TV. Starting tonight, we at Republic are going to bring to you 3 major stories in the long form format. Stories that look ahead to the coming week and beyond. Stories that are going to hit the headlines. Stories that matter to India's politics and geopolitics alike, which are going to impact our march to progress from the present and into the future. That's why every Sunday, we're going to give you a heads up on news for the coming week so that you viewers are forearmed. After facts in detail, I would also have a conversation with an expert so that you get the complete picture. Let's get going tonight. I bring to you 3 stories that are shaping up as we speak. First one, looking forward to Dhaka. Its usurper regime under Mohammad Yunus is already wobbly. There are signs that it might collapse under its own weight. Those who supported Mohammad Yunus post the July turbulence last year are now questioning his intent. Is he going to survive this turmoil? We take a look. Second, after Operation Sindur, India is readying the Indus water bomb. Having kept the 1960 treaty in abeyance after Pahalgam, even as our diplomatic teams seek to change the discourse around the world, the course of the rivers, part of the IWT, is being affected on the ground. A churn has begun from New Delhi to Jammu and Srinagar to make sure that in the soonest possible time, first, we can utilize our due share and then make sure that Pakistan pays for every drop it was getting undeservedly.
Tremendous ground reportage on then and then. River water sharing expert Brahma Chalani joins me. And finally, the third one, but the biggest headline of the coming week perhaps, that we are looking forward to. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is set to visit Moscow to firm up India's defense supplies. Remember friends, India officially maintains that Operation Sindur is not over yet. Are we looking at some action again in the near future? A lowdown first, and then India's former Foreign Secretary, Kanwal Sibbal, unlocks the geopolitical dynamics before they play out over the next week. That's how the looking forward looks tonight. Story number 1 on the future of Yunus in Dhaka. Story number 2 on India changing the course of Indus River system brick by brick. And story number 3 on National Security Advisor Doval's Moscow visit. Let me get you the headlines first. India has officially overtaken Japan to become the 4th largest economy of the world. The much-awaited announcement was made by CEO of NITI Aayog, who confirmed the achievement of India becoming a $4 trillion economy, citing IMF data. He said, and I quote, "The Indian economy has now set its target on surpassing Germany for the number 3 spot, something that NITI Aayog believes India can achieve in the next 2-3 years. India continues to remain the world's fastest growing major economy and is the only country expected to record over 6% growth over the next 2 years. On the back of the 10th NITI Aayog Governing Council meeting, Prime Minister Modi chaired a crucial conclave of the chief ministers of the NDA in New Delhi today. The meeting saw over 20 chief ministers, 18 deputy chief ministers and several union ministers in attendance. 2 key resolutions were passed. The first hailing the success of Operation Sindur and the second one on caste census. All NDA chief ministers have given their consent to the proposal of caste census. JP Nadda, the BJP president, cleared NDA's official stance. He said, "We don't do caste politics, but stand for justice for the deprived." Rashtriya Janata Dal chief Lalu Prasad Yadav has expelled his elder son Tej Pratap from the RJD for 6 years, citing irresponsible behavior and deviation from the family's values. The patriarch's decision comes just a day after Tej Pratap claimed his social media account was hacked. Yesterday, a Facebook post surfaced from Tej Pratap's profile in which he reportedly spoke of a 12-year relationship with Anushka Yadav. The 122nd episode of Prime Minister Modi's monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat aired today. Most notably, Prime Minister's address found mentions of the transformation of Maoist-infested districts of Gadchiroli in Maharashtra and Dantewada in Chhattisgarh. From historic connectivity through bus services in the villages of Gadchiroli to record results in board examination in Dantewada, Prime Minister hailed the socio-economic transformation of parts of the nation once caught in the grip of Maoist terrorism. Big claims made in the U.S. Worldwide Threat Assessment report by the Pentagon. U.S. claims Pak military's top priorities in the next year to remain on cross-border skirmishes with neighbors. The U.S. raises the alarm on Pakistan's nuclear ambition, says it's focusing on modernizing its nuclear arsenal. Washington named Beijing as Pakistan's primary supplier of weapons of mass destruction, raises the alarm on Pak's nuclear procurement spree. And Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan arrived at the Northern Command headquarters of the Indian Army in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir. The CDS met the troops at the Northern Command and congratulated them on the success of Operation Sindur. Welcome again, friends. A major political storm is brewing in Bangladesh. Just 9 months after Sheikh Hasina was ousted in a dramatic uprising, the man who replaced her, Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, now finds himself under fire, with the military pressing for elections and the streets simmering with unrest. Is Dhaka heading towards another power shift? Our special report traces the rise and possible fall of Yunus as soon as this coming week maybe. And more importantly, what it means for India and the region. Take a look.
1971 के हम पर थोपे गए युद्ध में बीएसएफ के जवानों ने जो वीरता दिखाई, जो योगदान दिया, उसको ना भारत कभी भूल सकता है, ना कभी बांग्लादेश ने भूलना चाहिए।
They say you cannot change your neighbors, but in 1971, the Indian Armed Forces changed that axiom. For 53 strong years, India gave its best to maintain a healthy partnership with its newest neighbor, Bangladesh. However, it all changed on August 5th, 2024.
ছাত্রী ভাই বোনদেরকে স্পেশাল থ্যাঙ্কস। আপনারা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমি
What started off as a students' movement against the reservations given to descendants of freedom fighters in Bangladesh turned out to be a well-planned operation to oust Sheikh Hasina in the first year of a historic fifth term as the Prime Minister.
And this is the responsibility we take together, and you will be here with us in that dream, making that dream. They shook the whole country by their speeches, by their dedication, their commitment. They said, you can kill us anytime you want, but we are not giving up. And he is known as to be the brain behind the whole revolution.
And when the dust settled in Dhaka, it was this man who emerged out of nowhere at the helm of affairs. They call him Professor Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor to the interim government of Bangladesh, legalese for the unelected ruler of Dhaka. A man touted as the banker of the poor by his Western backers, Yunus began his journey in 1983 with experiments in microfinancing through his Grameen Bank. Projecting himself as a revolutionary, he cultivated a strong relationship with the Clintons. He called Hillary a friend. He even secured the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006 and the US Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2009. However, Yunus was no saint in the eyes of Sheikh Hasina. When she returned to power in 2008, she labelled Yunus a quote, bloodsucker of the poor. She accused Grameen Bank of exploiting the poor, and in 2011, Yunus was forced out of the corruption-riddled bank. But a coup in Dhaka, Hasina in exile, a depleted BNP under an out-of-touch Khalida Zia, former Prime Minister and Sheikh Hasina's main rival, Muhammad Yunus managed something that no democracy would allow. A shot at the top job without a single vote casted.
I think Muhammad Yunus has been a failure for the last 8 months. The main problem is that his has been an interim government, not even a caretaker government. But immediately after he came to power in August last year, he was backed by the Jamaat-e-Islami. He was backed by all the Islamist forces. And they started as if they're going to be there for the long term, and they started reforms, which is not the mandate of an interim government. They started changing laws, changing individuals, which is completely not the mandate of an interim government.
While Yunus came to power on the back citing democratic reforms, so far he has only met extremist leaders. He has banned Hasina's party from contesting elections. He has rejuvenated the ties with Pakistan and the ISI and made irresponsible statements on India's territorial sovereignty while sitting in Beijing.
Eastern part of India, called Seven Sisters. They are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean for all this region. So this opens up a huge possibility. So this could be an extension of the Chinese economy. Build things, produce things, market things, bring things to China, bring it out to the whole rest of the world. That's a production house for you. So that's the opportunity we should seize and we should implement, we should get it done.
What Mohammed Yunus miscalculated totally was that after he came to power in August, he started doing two things. Professor Mohammed Yunus went to China and came up with a number of projects. And do you know that one of those projects was to revive an old World War II Air Force base in Lalmunirhat, which is very near the Siliguri corridor and very near China. Very near, you know, the Doklam and other sensitive places on the China-Bhutan and China-India border. So I think that this is a very dangerous game that Mohammed Yunus has been trying to play.
From the closure of the land ports for Dhaka to clashes on the international border, India and Bangladesh's ties are at an all-time low in the 9-month rule of unelected Mohammed Yunus. Now, his Chief of Army Staff, General Waqar-ur-Zaman, wants him out.
যদি নিজেদের মধ্যে ভেদাভেদ ভুলে একসাথে কাজ না করতে পারেন, নিজেরা যদি কাদা ছোড়াছুড়ি করেন, মারামারি কাটাকাটি করেন, এই দেশ এবং জাতির স্বাধীনতা সার্বভৌমত্ব বিপন্ন হবে। আমি আজকে বলে দিলাম, নাইলে আপনারা বলবেন যে আমি আপনাদের সতর্ক করিনি। আমি সতর্ক করে দিচ্ছি আপনাদের। I had enough. Was last 7-8 months I had enough.
On the 21st of May, the Army Chief, General Waqar-ur-Zaman, he held a big meeting with all his officers. And in that meeting, it was a unanimous meeting, even officers who were on peacekeeping operations, they joined virtually. And in that, he had said very categorically that the army will not tolerate any more mob violence and anarchy. And they said that they will, there's this big question of a humanitarian corridor, which they're trying to have to go to the Arakan and have it through Bangladesh. But the anticipation is that arms and weapons and ammunition will go to the Arakan army through that corridor. So all this coming together led to the army saying that they do not want the corridor, it's a security threat. B, telling Professor Mohammed Yunus that he is not keeping the army informed on security issues. And C, reminding everybody that the liberation war, the values of the liberation war are non-negotiable.
Now that the rumors are rife in Dhaka about Yunus's potential resignation or another military coup, Yunus called a surprise meeting of his advisory council.
The planning advisor of Bangladesh, Dr. Wahiduddin Mahmood, dismissed the speculation regarding the resignation of the chief advisor, Professor Dr. Mohammed Yunus, after an advisory council meeting on Saturday. He said the chief advisor is staying with us and all the other advisors as well.
While Yunus's loyalists are claiming there is no need to panic, after meeting Yunus, BNP, the leading opposition party in Bangladesh, has made it clear: hold elections by December. Meanwhile, the Bangladeshi society is torn on the prospect of Yunus continuing in power.
একটু বলেন তো যে পদত্যাগ করলে আপনার কাছে কি মনে হয়, কেমন হবে?
কত গেলে ভালো হইব
কেন ভালো হবে মনে হচ্ছে?
ভালো ইলেকশন মনে হয় যদি ইলেকশন না দেয় তো দেশ এইভাবে চলবো উল্টা পাল্টা দিয়ে বাজার হেরিয়া কেউ মানে না তো করে যে কিন্তু মনে হয় সরকার একটা ক্ষমতা গেলে মনে হয় ভালো এইবার তো দিনকাল ভালো যাইতেছে না এবার কেউ কেউ মানে রাস্তাঘাট কেউ কেউ মানে না আইন কান কিছু নাই
আমি মনে করি কি ইউনুস স্যার যদি এই আমাদেরকে এই পথচারী অবস্থা যদি ছেড়ে যায় তাহলে আমাদের দেশটা ধ্বংস হয়ে যাবে
This sentiment on the ground expressing dissatisfaction with Yunus is reflected with more clarity by the likes of author activist Taslima Nasreen and Hasina's son Sajib Wazid. He has unleashed a torrent of unrest in the country, orchestrated jihadi mayhem, destruction and arson by setting his followers loose, says Nasreen. Wajid, in his long post, accuses Yunus of abuse of power and personal ingratiation. Taken together, it's a story of an old man with little experience in governance, getting deluged by the complexities and finally caving in. The political clock is ticking for Yunus. BNP is breathing down his neck. Students who brought him to the chair are restless. The Jamaat is hitting the streets once again. Is it only a matter of time before General Waqar-ur-Zaman moves in and seizes control from Mohammad Yunus? Or will Yunus resign to save face? The only thing that is clear in Dhaka is that the winds of change are blowing.
And I think, first of all, the most important issue is what the army has said, and which the people of Bangladesh wholly support: free, fair, and inclusive elections, definitely before December of this year. So this is the bottom line for everybody in Bangladesh, for the political parties, for the people, and so on. Now, when you say free, fair, and inclusive elections, immediately the question comes, why have they banned Awami League? They're not authorized to ban any political party. They've done it entirely out of spite because they realize that the Awami League is still popular. So my point is that there must be free, fair, and inclusive elections. Awami League must be allowed to participate. All other political parties must be allowed to participate.
All right, looking forward to whether Mohammad Yunus is on his way out or not. Joining me for a conversation from Dhaka, Farooq Rahman. He's chairman of the National Labour Party. He's someone who's likely to meet Mohammad Yunus possibly tomorrow. Welcome, Mr. Rahman. And it seems that the army has effectively read the riot act to Mohammad Yunus, after which he sort of suggested that maybe it's time up for him. Is he threatening to resign? Is he actually going to resign? What's happening with Mohammad Yunus in Dhaka?
Thank you very much. Still, I am extremely sorry for that because of the heavy traffic jam now on the way, and I am joining my car. So sorry for that. Thank you very much to inviting me. And I would like to say, just now at this moment, the Yunus is not the resign. So they call as the all political parties meet today, and tomorrow will meet us. So that we want to the clear message, Mr. Yunus, the reform of the election commission and reform of the judiciary, so that the is enough time to getting the election credible and the international level standard election up to within the by the December. So actually the day before yesterday, Yunus says he has to be resigned, but it is a kind of the intentionally I said. So Bangladesh is a big revelation, and I support the all political parties to the Yunus. So this movement and the democracy is stable. So
Mr.
that
Rahman,
I need the election and the free and fair and credible election.
Mr. Rahman,
by the Yunus.
For a vibrant democracy,
it's important that there are free and fair elections. What is the problem in announcing a timeline, a time frame within which elections can be held? I mean, this is not the first time that that question has been put up to Mohammad Yunus. Instead of throwing tantrums as he is doing every time, he can just say that, okay, fine, I'll hold elections by December. What's the problem there? BNP is getting impatient. BNP is not Awami League. They are impatient now that Mohammad Yunus is sitting over a timeline. He can announce a date.
Actually, BNP and all political party alliance first to still now we are requesting and we are pressured to Mr. Yunus is the credible Nirbachan, but they have getting the 5 reforms committee already disclosed their report. So enough time for the credible and fair Nirbachan.
Absolutely. Are you going to tomorrow when you meet him, Mr. Rahman, tomorrow when you're meeting him, are you going to tell him that either announce a date or resign?
No, actually, Yunus want to the decade the half yearly by this the passage Sheikh Hasina, so that our police administration are not the properly reform play role, and our army is now at the police procession. They help the Bangladeshis now at this moment they judicially, so that some need time, but enough time is the 9 months already gone.
Absolutely. Mr. Rahman, you in fact said that there is pressure on Yunus, and I believe like the BNP, like the Jamaat, your party also believes, you are saying that 9 months are enough. Are you not, when you meet him, I'm asking again, are you not going to ask him to put a deadline, announce a date or resign?
Yes, thank you. And the first, when the Mr. Yunus is the president house, they shop there. So for the first and up to finally, they are pressure all political alliance.
Right.
Quickly serve the roadmap for the election. So we are not not give up the no more time to Mr. Yunus for the election.
Absolutely.
Actually, we want all alliance and the BNP also, Jamaat, Bangladesh also, the first and the priority basis, we are wanting the election and the time frame by the within the December. So
Absolutely.
we are not the give up the enough time.
Right.
Enough time is the 8 months is that they have done the enough time. So no more reform. Now at this moment, judicially, police administration, and the election. And the
I really commend you, Mr. Rahman, for being absolutely forthright about your position that no more ifs and buts, no more reforms. What you are saying is that enough time has been given to Yunus. His time is up, in fact, and that he should either announce a date for elections, as everybody wants, from BNP to Jamaat to even your party, the National Labour Party. And of course, those should be free and fair elections. Thank you so much, Mr. Rahman, for joining us on this broadcast. Looking forward to Bangladesh, and moving on to the second one. We are looking forward to how the Indus Water Treaty and the changes that India wants are going to pan out. For over 6 decades, the IWT has been hailed as a rare beacon of cooperation between two bitter rivals, India and Pakistan, brokered by the World Bank in the 1960s. To 1960 to be precise. The treaty survived wars and diplomatic freezes. But now, terror strikes like Pahalgam have tested New Delhi's patience. Time-worn pact is under unprecedented strain. In a world where water is fast becoming the new oil, India's hand on the tap of the Indus system has suddenly become its most powerful diplomatic tool. What happens when rivers that once promised peace turn into instruments of power? Is Pakistan facing an existential water crisis, or is it going to face one? Is it ready to face it? In this special ground report, we unpack the geopolitics, the treaty, the stalled infrastructure, and the shifting strategies that may define the next great contest in the region, not over land, but over water. And rightly so, because as victims of terror, India has its right to make use of everything available to inflict costs on Pakistan. Here are the details.
In September 1960, India and Pakistan, under the mediation of the World Bank, signed the Indus Waters Treaty. The agreement allocated the waters of the Indus River system between the two nations. Pakistan received control over the western rivers Indus, Jhelum and Chenab, while India retained rights to the eastern rivers Ravi, Beas and Satluj. On paper, the treaty promised balance, but the rivers told a different story. The western rivers, following through Pakistan, carry nearly 80% of the basin's waters. India's eastern rivers, though vital, are far less generous. This inherent imbalance has long fueled debate that the treaty favors Pakistan disproportionately.
As per Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan got the share of River Chenab, River Jhelum and River Indus, while India got the access to the western rivers. But most of the flow that comes from Jammu and Kashmir goes to the Pakistan as per Indus Water Treaty. And this is what the Jammu and Kashmir has always been objecting to. Jammu and Kashmir has given several memorandums for the renegotiation of the Indus Water Treaty, as J&K has always said that it is their resources and they are not getting the due compensation or due share. And even after the treaty being kept in abeyance, Jammu and Kashmir has said that it needs to be compensated and there needs to be renegotiation on the terms that the Pakistan is getting.
Among the vital components in this system is the Vular Lake, the largest freshwater lake in Asia, located on the Jhelum River. For decades, the Tulbul Barrage project at Vular Lake has been stalled, a source of contention between the two nations. Designed to regulate water flow and improve navigation, this barrage remains a symbol of unfulfilled potential, caught in the web of treaty disputes.
I'm standing on the banks of Vular Lake in the Kashmir Valley, and this is one of the Asia's largest fresh water lake, and this is a critical piece at the moment because of the escalating water dispute between India and Pakistan. On April 24th, Government of India decided holding Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. It is because blaming for counter-terrorism and also after Pahalgam attack that killed 26 people. Pakistan calls it a death sentence for its people, sustaining fishing community and agriculture. Vular Lake is a lifeline, but it's also tied to the Tulbul navigation project, a barrage upstream that India now plans to revive. This lake could store water from the Jhelum River, water that Pakistan is in need for this water.
Further downstream, India's Baglihar Dam on the Chenab River stands as a testament to the treaty's complexities. While constructed within the treaty's framework, it became the center of prolonged arbitration as Pakistan raised objections.
The construction of Baglihar Dam began in year 1998, and it was in 2008 when first phase of Baglihar became operational, and in 2015 the second phase of Baglihar Dam became operational, and both the phases have the equal capacity of 450 megawatt that helps in the production of electricity. The height of this dam is 144.5 meters and it has the capacity of 450 million cubic meter of the water storage, and the runoff water that flows down to Pakistan is close to 27 million acre feet. Pakistan has always been objecting to the changes that India proposes to the Baglihar Dam. India has time and again made it very clear to the Pakistan that the changes India is proposing is only for the dam's infrastructural security and it is not to harm the interest of Pakistan. But Pakistan has always been like this. That's the objective to it, terming is at the threat to their water security levels. That water goes to Pakistan will be stopped by India. Though in 2005 there was an international arbitration team visiting Jammu and Kashmir and giving India a go-ahead, Pakistan continues to take up this issue at multiple platforms.
Despite enduring multiple conflicts, including the wars of 1965, 1971 and 1999, the treaty remained intact. India's commitment to upholding the agreement, even amid hostilities, showcased a dedication to peace and regional stability. But the world has changed. The spectre of cross-border terrorism now shadows the treaty. Climate change tightens its grip, melting glaciers. Erratic monsoons and shifting demographics alter the water demands of millions. In the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the fragile fabric of the Indus Waters Treaty was severely tested. New Delhi suspended the agreement with Islamabad, leaving a devastating impact of the country's economic framework.
इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी जो दोनों ममालिक के दरमियान जो एक एग्रीमेंट हुआ था, फिर मार्शल अयूब खान और पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू ऑन सम सर्टेन कंडीशंस, उसमें जम्मू कश्मीर को उसके हवाले से कंपनसेट किया जाना था, वो तो हुआ नहीं। आज सूरत हाल ये बन गई है कि हमारे दरिया, हमारे पहाड़, हमारे जंगलात, हमारा पानी हमारी मलकियत में नहीं है। अगर इसका नुकसान देखा जाए तो सबसे ज़्यादा जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को इसका नुकसान है।
Pakistan is feeling the jitters.
अगर ये पानी का क्राइसिस नहीं अभी सॉल्व करेंगे तो हम भूखे मर सकते हैं। उसकी वजह ये है कि इंडस बेसिन जो है वो ही हमारा लाइफलाइन है। 3/4 जो पानी हमारा आता है सर टोटल बाहर से आता है। हमारी 10 में से 9 लोग जो है ये इंडस वाटर बेसिन के ऊपर ही रिलाय करके अपनी जिंदगी बसर कर रहे हैं।
For India, this turbulent period has opened a window to fast-track vital infrastructure, most notably the long-stalled Tulbul barrage and optimization of reservoirs like Baglihar.
India's decision to suspend the treaty means project like this, the Tulbul barrage, could reduce flow, starting right here where from we are reporting at Wular Lake. Pakistan citizens see the treaty's suspension as an existential threat. Here at Wular Lake, the water flows calmly for now, but downstream, it is the life that is under siege.
Experts contend that the Tulbul project must be prioritized and be restored to what it was in 1960 at the earliest.
One of the biggest things which had been pending is the Tulbul navigation project. It started in 84 and 84 will be 41 years ago. So at that time they objected and it was stalled in 87. After that we tried to construct it and do the things, but somehow we have not been able to.
Looking further ahead to the next decade, India's ambitions are even bolder. A comprehensive national strategy for inter-basin water transfers may reshape the subcontinent's water map. Bringing lifelines to parched lands and stabilizing agricultural economies.
If the government thinks that it is doable, and that is why it had started the Tulbul navigation project in 1984. The first thing to do is dredge the Wular and restore it to the size as it was on September 19, 1960, because that was the day the treaty was signed. So restoring Wular to the size as it existed on September 19, 1960 does not constitute any violation of the treaty.
The expert views are reflected on ground too. Listen in to this local near the Baglihar Dam site.
एक मिशन चल रहा है, जल जीवन मिशन, उसमें हमें कई तरह की परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ा। हमें मोटर लगाने पड़ रहे हैं, हमें पता नहीं क्या क्या मैकेनिकल का वो सिस्टम यूज़ करना पड़ रहा है। अगर इससे बेहतर है कि हमारे पास पानी है, हमारे बगलिहार का इतना बड़ा पानी, बगलिहार के छोड़कर जो इंडस वाटर जो था, ये पानी जो पाकिस्तान जा रहा है, इस पाकिस्तान के पानी को अगर हम जैसे प्रोजेक्ट्स है, प्रोजेक्ट्स के बाद अगर जो पानी आगे जा रहा है, इसको क्यों नहीं हम अपने एरियो में यूज़ करें, खेती बाड़ी में यूज़ करें, क्यों हम इसको आगे जाने दें?
India could also craft a water doctrine, silent but powerful, deterrent, leveraging hydropower projects and water infrastructure as strategic assets. The Indus is more than a river. It is the lifeblood of millions, a symbol of history, identity, and survival.
All right, the facts are damning, and one wonders if you look at and listen to these voices from the ground of the experts and, of course, the government. It's clear that it was a badly drafted treaty. Joining me in this conversation, Mr. Brahma Chelani. He's a strategic thinker and someone who's an expert on river water sharing, international river water sharing systems. He's written a book on Brahmaputra that traverses between Tibet, China, and India. Very good evening to you, Mr. Chelani. First up, can I ask a straight question? Should we even bother to keep it in abeyance? Should we not just scrap the Indus Water Treaty? It seems like a very badly drafted document.
That's a question that the government needs to answer, because international law is clear. When a treaty's fundamental conditions collapse or one party violates the treaty persistently, the other party has the right to suspend or withdraw. Yet, India has neither suspended nor withdrawn from the Indus Waters Treaty. It has placed it in abeyance. That's a term neither defined in international law nor spelled out by India. India has not said what keeping the treaty in abeyance means in practice. In other words, India has adopted a position of strategic ambiguity. Strategic ambiguity to what end? The government hasn't clarified, because this is a very unequal treaty, an unequal treaty that has been violated repeatedly by Pakistan, because any treaty is created not on paper alone, but on trust. And trust is precisely what Pakistan has shattered time and again through its unwavering commitment to trans-border terrorism. The Indus Waters Treaty, as its preamble says, was founded on the principle of peaceful coexistence. So how can terrorism, trans-border terrorism, coexist with a treaty founded on peaceful coexistence?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Chelani, since you quoted the preamble, there is another line in it which says this is signed in a spirit of goodwill. Now, look at the manner in which Pakistan has conducted itself. Specific to the Indus Water Treaty, Tulbul Barrage, the Kashmiris want changes there. Pakistan thinks or wants the world to believe that it cries for Kashmir and the Kashmiris. Yet, it carried out a terror attack at the Tulbul Barrage, at the Wular Lake, just a year back. It has objected to every project on the eastern rivers, which are India's right, Baglihar, Kishan Ganga, Ratle. So, I find myself in agreement with you, but what's the way forward?
Pakistan has repeatedly objected to every Indian hydropower project in J&K because Pakistan's objective is to keep J&K underdeveloped so that there is discontent in J&K. So every small engineering difference, they sought to litigate at the international level by either seeking the appointment of a neutral expert or seeking international arbitration. Now, this has been going on for decades now, and government after government has done nothing about the Indus Waters Treaty. And even the Modi government has been talking for many years now. For example, in 2016, Prime Minister Modi said, blood and water cannot flow together. Now, 9 years later almost, he repeated the same line recently, last week. But in those 9 intervening years, India hasn't built any infrastructure to create riparian leverage against Pakistan. If India were to create riparian leverage in the Indus Basin, it will be a cheaper option for India to reform Pakistan's behavior than fighting a war. As the upper riparian state, India, by creating sufficient leverage, would be able to mount escalating riparian pressures on Pakistan. In fact, such leverage can serve as the most potent instrument in India's arsenal against Pakistan, potentially more powerful than the nuclear weapons option. The nuclear weapons option is essentially for deterrence.
Yeah.
But if you have riparian leverage over Pakistan through hydro infrastructure, then you can ensure that Pakistan stays on good behavior. So we need to translate our rhetoric into action. Just at the rhetorical level, if we keep saying things and we do not actually create the hydrological infrastructure on the ground, then such rhetoric actually can backfire on us because it will hand Pakistan an emotive card. As it is in recent days, there have been mass protests in Sindh against Pakistani Punjab building new canals to divert water, and also Pakistani Punjab introducing corporate farming. So there have been mass protests in Sindh and people have been killed in police firings in Sindh. So water is a very emotive card, and we should be careful that our rhetoric is backed by real action.
Mr. Chelani, could it be because beyond the treaty obligations, there might be some international law which might be hindering? For example, none other than the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, Omar Abdullah, he has spoken about dredging of the Tulbul barrage of the Wooler Lake. We have many studies commissioned on raising the heights of some of these dams, including the phase 2 of Baglehar, and yet the government has not been able to implement. I mean, you think there is some technicality involved? Because there is I don't see absence of will or intent. It's just some execution issue on the ground. And if yes, how can we sort it out?
First, Baglehar is not a dam. It's a run-of-river project. The Indus Waters Treaty only allows India to build a run-of-river projects that do not have a dam reservoir on the western rivers, which are reserved for Pakistan's exclusive use. The biggest river in the Indus Basin, there are 6 rivers in the Indus Basin, the biggest river in terms of trans-boundary flows is not the Indus, it's the Chenab, followed by the Jhelum, and then followed by the Indus, and the 3 small rivers, Satluj, Ravi and Bias, have been reserved for India. The reason why India has not created infrastructure, in fact, India has not even utilized its own rights as laid out in the Indus Waters Treaty. To give you one example, the Indus Waters Treaty allows India to create storage capacity on the western rivers, the rivers that are reserved for Pakistan, storage capacity of 32 million acre feet. 3.2 million acre feet. 3.2 million acre feet on the western rivers, but we have created storage capacity of only 0.3 million acre feet. So even what the Indus Waters Treaty has allowed India, even those rights we have not put into practice. The reason is our bureaucratic culture.
Right.
And the lack of strategic long-term planning.
Yeah.
Those are the two main reasons.
Right.
And unless we do not address these two things, we will continue to talk and not really build riparian leverage against Pakistan.
Right, Mr. Chelani. Hopefully, the concerned bureaucrats would be listening and this time not misread the impatience of India. On that note, thank you so much, Mr. Chelani, for joining us with that perspective. And moving on, friends, to the third one. He is the man of the moment, so to say. India's National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, spearheaded every aspect of Operation Sindur from its conception to final execution. Behind the exactness of the achievement was decades of painstaking work on the ground, as a sleuth, as a spy, as the faceless operative, and finally, as the chief of the national security architecture. As NSA, Doval also nurtures relationships that keep India in good stead when it comes to defense, the most crucial of which is, of course, the one with Russia. Remember, the BrahMos missile that flattened Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur is a joint Indo-Russian project. The Sukhoi from which it was fired is also an Indo-Russian venture. Now, the S-400 that sits at the pinnacle of India's air defense system is also Russian origin. Doval is going to be in Moscow this week to further develop this connect. Whether it is about buying more S-400s or making sure that the China dynamic, which has come into serious play during Operation Sindur, on the Pakistani side, of course, does not affect the steady ship of India-Russia ties. And perhaps a message to Washington also. Take a look.
The boom of BrahMos missiles pulverized the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur in the intervening night of May 6 and 7. There was no asking proof this time. It was on the ground, in the air, recorded by Pakistani cell phones and acknowledged by a shaken Pakistan government. And when Pakistan attempted to retaliate, India's air defenses proved more than a match.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक
neutralizing all Pakistani projectiles and in one case shooting an incoming missile right inside Pakistani territory thanks to the superior S-400 missile defense shield. The same S-400 Pakistan claimed to have hit but never did.
आपके पराक्रम की वजह से आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की गूंज हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं है। ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। जब हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना गया तो हमने आतंकियों के फन को उनके घर में घुस के कुचल दिया। भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। भारत माता
As you could see in those pictures, the S-400 stands majestically in the background as Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed IAF personnel at the Adampur Air Base.
This robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired manpads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force.
With Pakistan given a bloody nose, the man who oversaw the execution and every other detail of Operation Sindur, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, is already looking ahead. He is off to Moscow for an appraisal visit this coming week. On his plate, negotiations with Russia on bolstering the defense supplies, including fast-tracking delivery of remaining 2 S-400 systems. This audience of Doval with President Putin last year was a message to those watching Asia's geopolitics. India and Russia have a long-enduring partnership which has weathered turbulence on many occasions past.
Especially and personally, and brief you about the talks.
India had ordered 5 S-400 systems, of which 3 were delivered on time. But after the Ukraine war that Russia launched in 2022, the supplies of the remaining 2 are stuck, something which Doval has to sort out. An expectation is building up in Moscow.
Both with their own individual, more recent difficulties at the moment, but they've stood by each other. Of course, India, supported by the Soviet Union even back in 1971 in the conflict against Pakistan. So this is a long-standing relationship. It's a very fond one. Your president, our president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, and Narendra Modi, very close, very friendly, embracing each other the last time they met. So it's an important meeting. And it's important now more than ever, probably. India facing threats from terrorism, the terrible attack in Kashmir, which killed 26 Indians, sparking this latest conflict with Pakistan, again, where Russian military equipment was used by the Indian side, the S-400 air defense system, fighter jets. So there's lots to talk about. And almost India is seen as an honest broker here in Russia, maybe in relation to Ukraine and the West, whereas Russia can also be seen as an honest broker potentially for India when it's talking to its partners and neighbours and friends that it may have some difficulties with. So it's a very, very important meeting, and it's a very, very important visit.
NSA Doval is also to prepare ground for the upcoming visit of President Putin to New Delhi later this year, as part of the annual summit dialogue between the two sides.
Well, I'm sure elements of President Putin's much anticipated visit will be discussed, and there's a lot of logistical things that need to happen for the president of a huge power to go on a state visit, and it's an important visit as well. So there'll be lots to discuss. There'll be agendas which will be set. Again, I think it will be about international cooperation. It will be about trade. There's always discussion about trade. India has become an exceptionally important trading partner for Russia.
America should watch closely. After raking up Kashmir without merits, the Trump administration might have infused a new rigor in the India-Russia relationship, which has stood the test of time.
understand the implications and the possibilities of NSA Doval's visit to Moscow. Joining me from London, India's former Foreign Secretary and National Security expert, Mr. Kanwal Sibal. Very good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. And given the fact that NSA Doval's visit is happening in the backdrop of Operation Sindur, what can we expect from this?
A few things. One, I think we must understand that the real power in Russia, the real policymakers, although it is true of most countries, because the power is in our PMO here, real power in terms of top decision making, likewise in the White House. But in Russia, it is the Kremlin, not so much the Foreign Office. So if you want to send a message to the Kremlin and the real policymakers, then you have to go outside the Foreign Office channels. And NSA, to my understanding, is actually the real person who communicates India's thinking and positions at the highest level to Russia. You know, he had this very close relationship with Patrushev, who was the head of their National Security Council. Although today he's not there in that position, but he's an advisor to President Putin. And NSA Doval has had very close ties with Patrushev. And Patrushev is the real power in the Kremlin. So that's one. Number two, I think the occasion will be used to give the Kremlin a proper briefing of this Operation Sindur and what was achieved and what was not achieved.
Yeah.
Number three, it will be an occasion to thank Russia for continuing support by way of arms supplies and spares and everything else, because for preparing this operation, we needed to be sure that the vast amounts of Russian equipment that we have are available to us.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that Russia has been helpful. So the third thing would be to thank Russia for that. Number four, if we will certainly need now more weaponry, certain other gaps that we may have discovered during this operation where we need those. I think we would probably be discussing that with the Kremlin so that those future supplies keep coming in.
Right.
Number four or number five, I think given what President Trump has been doing of late, of equating India and Pakistan in a very objectionable way, and repeatedly doing that, I think there is a signal in this that we have options.
Yeah.
In fact, Russia will always remain an option as a hedging strategy, as a balancing strategy, but more than that, as a confidence in a relationship that has been durable and largely problem-free for the last 70 years. In addition to this, there are two other things that should be on the agenda. One is to ask the Russians to be more active in the UN Security Council. They are permanent members in terms of listing these fellows from Pakistan under the 1267 committee. Russia is helpful, but my understanding is that countries like France and others are much more active in this regard. Russia goes along, but we will need Russia to be more active. Now, the last couple of points. Pakistan is very active in Moscow. I can tell you I was ambassador there. And I mean, their whole strategy is that since it is a very stable, long-standing relationship, how they can interfere in this relationship in some way to create some misunderstandings between India and Russia. And they have this Tashkent thing in mind where Russia took a neutral position and was a mediator, so they keep appealing to them. They also keep dangling the possibility of buying arms from them and this and that. So I think we need to actually do a little lobbying of sorts with Russia, that they should take a more active stance in international organizations and SCO and BRICS and all that on the terror threat that we face from Pakistan. And finally, the China factor. I think there has to be a discussion on that as to how we assess China's role and what China is doing with Pakistan. Pakistan is going to rearm itself. Let's not have any illusions on that. Whatever gaps they have discovered, they will appeal to the Chinese to fill those gaps for them, so that in the next round they feel that they are better prepared. There's no sense in this fellow declaring himself a field marshal if he doesn't intend to have a second round. So I think there should be a discussion on that. And finally, President Putin's visit to India.
Very well said, sir. I think the preparation for President Putin's visit would, of course, be a very important aspect of the conversations that happened there. But before I let you go, one quick question. I mean, while you were speaking, this thought was coming to my mind. Tell me if I am right or wrong, that despite the China tilt of late, New Delhi increasingly finds Russia or Moscow as a more stable partner vis-a-vis Washington, D.C.
Yes, I agree with you. In geopolitical terms, in political terms, certainly a more stable partner. In defense terms, a more important partner because most of our equipment still is from there. But I think there's a difference between being a stable partner and the gamut of relationship that we have. The gamut of relationship with the United States is much wider. But United States is not a trustworthy partner and changeable partner. Yeah. And that's where we need to keep our strategic autonomy, and to maintain that, it's very vital that we have a strong relationship with Russia.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, with your words of wisdom, as always. And thank you again for joining us from London, sparing your time. And with this, friends, I come to end of this very new experiment we have done on Republic TV, the long-form looking ahead format every Sunday. And tomorrow, of course, 8 p.m., join Arnab Goswami for Super Primetime Max. Thanks for watching.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources.
A resolution praising the valor of the armed forces and brave leadership of PM Modi was passed at a meeting of NDA CMs and deputy CMs today. Prime Minister Modi issues the gag order to motor-mouth leaders. PM Modi advises BJP leaders to be more careful regarding their statements on Operation Sindur. Huge economic milestone. India leaps past Japan, becomes fourth largest economy in the world. CDS Chauhan meets army jawans in Jammu and Kashmir, lauds them for success of Operation Sindur. Akali leader Harjinder Singh shot dead by unidentified assailants in Amritsar. Massive controversy grips RJD as its chief Lalu Yadav expels his son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party and the family. Viewers, just today after helming a crucial NITI Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi held a high-level huddle, and we're also coming to know some more details where India has now leapfrogged Japan and has become the fourth largest economy. That is right, with a $4 trillion economy. India has proven that any kind of economic instability will not stop India from reaching its goals. Take a look at this report for more.
In a historic milestone, India has surpassed Japan to become the world's fourth largest economy. India is $4 trillion economy, trailing only US, China and Germany. NITI Aayog Chief Executive Officer BVR Subramaniam confirmed this, citing data by the International Monetary Fund at a press conference on the 10th NITI Aayog Governing Council meeting.
We are the fourth largest economy as I speak. We are a $4 trillion economy as I speak. And this is not my data, this is IMF data. India today is larger than Japan. So it's only the United States, China and Germany which are larger. And if we stick to what is being planned, what is being thought through, it's a matter of another 2.5 to 3 years, we would become the third largest economy.
He further stated that India may soon surpass Germany and become the third largest economy in the world. As India is moving forward towards PM Modi's 2047 mission, BJP hails this milestone.
Yes, India has become the fourth largest economy in the world, and this has been possible because of the united effort of 1.4 billion people under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I personally also congratulate each and every citizen of Ma Bharati and of course the Team India under the stewardship of Paramadhanaya Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
As per IMF, the Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.2% in 2025 and 6.3% in 2026. India is projected to remain the fastest growing larger economy for 25 and 26, reaffirming its dominance in the global economic landscape.
Viewers, a day after helming a crucial NITI Aayog meeting, Prime Minister Modi held a high-level huddle with the chief ministers and deputy CMs of NDA ruled states in Delhi. The 4-hour-long meeting zeroed in on the success of Operation Sindur, caste census and Maoist crackdown. Here's a look at this report for all the exclusive scoop on the meeting. All hands are on deck as we are witnessing a series of back-to-back brainstorming sessions led by the Prime Minister. A day after spearheading a high-stakes NITI Aayog meeting, he remained in mission mode today as well and led a crucial strategy session with the chief ministers and deputy chief ministers of NDA-ruled states. But before diving into brainstorming session, all the 20 CMs and 18 deputy CMs took a moment to tune in to watch Mann Ki Baat together, symbolizing shared vision and show of strength. The 4-hour-long meeting was not just a routine one. In focus were some of the most pressing issues facing the country, from the succession of Operation Sindur, caste census, crackdown on Maoists, first anniversary of Modi 3.2, good governance. Several issues were raked up and discussed by the top leadership. During the meeting, chief ministers and deputy chief ministers lauded our jawans and congratulated PM Modi for successfully destroying terror bases in Pakistan. Caste census also received roaring support.
जातिगत जनगणना, इस जातिगत जनगणना के विषय पर जिसको भारत की कैबिनेट ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वीकृति दी है, और ये हमारी कल्पना शुरू से थी और हमारे बिहार की सरकार, नीतीश कुमार जी की सरकार जिसने सबसे पहले इसका प्रस्ताव लाया था, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए और यह जातिगत जनगणना पर भी प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ और सभी लोगों ने इसको जहां इसकी सहमति के साथ साथ जो मोदी जी का निर्णय हुआ है उसकी प्रशंसा के साथ साथ साधुवाद देने का काम इस प्रस्ताव में हुआ है।
With elections approaching in several states and national issues demanding urgent attention, the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this is a government that wants to stay on the front foot. And RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav has expelled his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav from the RJD for 6 years, citing irresponsible behavior and deviation from the family's values. Now this decision has come just a day after Tej Pratap claimed his in a social media account was hacked, and remember, he's also put a post out on Facebook that is on your screens, where from Tej Pratap's profile, in which he reportedly spoke of a 12-year romantic relationship with Anushka Yadav. And JDO, in fact, we're getting some more reactions coming in, where we see that Tejasvi Yadav has said that his brother is an adult, but his behavior does not align with Lalu Yadav's political or family structure.
जहाँ तक मेरे बड़े भाई की बात है, राजनीतिक जीवन में निजी जीवन भी अलग होता है। तो निजी जीवन के फैसले और निर्णय, क्योंकि वो अडल्ट हैं, बड़े हैं, उनको अधिकार है, वो अपना निर्णय क्या उनका सही होगा, क्या नुकसान होगा, ये अपना निर्णय वो खुद लें। और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दल के नेता हैं, उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जो उनकी भावनाएं थी उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। तो अब जो है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने कहा है और हमने अपनी भावनाओं को भी आप लोगों के सामने रखा है, वो निर्णय लें, क्या उनके लिए सही है, क्या गलत है। लेकिन हम ऐसी चीज़ों को पसंद नहीं करते हैं, अन्ना बर्दाश्त हम कर सकते हैं। ये बात जो है लोगों को समझाना चाहिए। अब वो क्या अपने निजी जीवन में कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये किसी से पूछ के तो नहीं करता है लोग।
And JDU has slammed Lalu Prasad Yadav for expelling his elder son Tej Pratap Yadav from the party. JDU leaders took a jibe at RJD, calling it a cat and mouse game. Have a look.
माननीय लालू प्रसाद जी के परिवार का यह मामला है, लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि लालू जी जब दरोगा प्रसाद राय, जो इस बिहार के चर्चित राजनेता ही नहीं थे, सम्माननीय थे, उनकी पोती को जब घर से निकाला गया था तो आपका संस्कार नहीं जागा था। उस समय आपका जमीर नहीं जागा, और आज आपका जमीर जाग गया। और उसके बाद आपके मंतव्य के बाद आपके छोटे पुत्र तेजस्वी यादव बोलते हैं कि तेज प्रताप यादव हमारे बड़े भाई हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि घर से निकाला माना जाएगा। ये कैसा है, चूहा बिल्ली का खेल हो रहा है। बेटियों का सम्मान करना इस बिहार का राजनीति नहीं, देश का संस्कृति रहा है। इसलिए हमारी उम्मीद है कि दरोगा प्रसाद राय की पोती के साथ जो सरेआम अन्याय हुआ, और उस समय परिवारवाद का आरोप उस समय भी लग रहा था, आज भी आप पर लग रहा है और अब भी लगेगा, चूँकि आपके बेटा कहते हैं कि हमारे बड़े भाई जिसने इतना बड़ा आपराधिक कृत्य किया हो, कह रहा था हैक कर दिया गया है। तो हैक कर गया था तो जैक लगा करके इज्जत बचा रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, और पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लालू प्रसाद जी ने जो फैसला लिया है वो सही लिया है। तब बड़े भाई को जब परिवार से ही निकाला का लालू जी का वो ट्वीट है, तो आप बड़े भाई के रूप में स्वीकार कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब चूहा बिल्ली का खेल हो रहा है क्या?
Not only the JDU, but the Jansura's chief, Prashant Kishore, has also slammed Lalu and family over this controversy.
ऐसा है, लालू यादव किसको परिवार से निकाल रहे हैं, किसको परिवार में रख रहे हैं, इससे बिहार का क्या लेना देना है। लालू यादव ने क्या कहा है कि कोई यादव समाज का काबिल आदमी है, उसको हम नेता बना देंगे। लालू यादव तो आज भी यही चाहते हैं कि तेजस्वी यादव ही बिहार के नेता बने। हम लोग तो जनसुराज में हमने ओपन कहा है कि राजद की ओर से लालू जी ये कह दें कि अगर वो जात की बात करते हैं, छोड़िए पूरा बिहार का बात, अगर उनको यादवों की चिंता है तो यादव समाज से किसी आदमी को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा घोषित कर दे, जनसुराज उनके समर्थन में खड़ा हो जाएगा। खड़ा होकर दिखाइए, अरे ये जात की बात करने वाले जो नेता हैं, ये जात की राजनीति नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये अपने परिवार की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, अपने बच्चों की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। इनको किसी की चिंता नहीं है।
And Union Minister J.P. Nadda has informed that second resolution was passed on caste census in the NDA-CN's meeting. He further stated that NDA government does not believe in caste politics at all. So this is a big comment coming in right now. And remember, a resolution on the Operation Sindur and Prime Minister Modi's leadership was passed as well. Let's go ahead and play out the statement.
इस कॉन्क्लेव में दो प्रस्ताव पारित हुए। एक प्रस्ताव तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान्स ने जो देश की सेवा की है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई। और जो हमारी आर्मी है जिसने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा हुई है। तो ये प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ, जिसमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नेतृत्व क्षमता, सशक्त भारत, समर्थवान भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, इसकी उस प्रस्ताव में चर्चा है।
And BJP President J.P. Nadda hailed armed forces over the success of Operation Sindur as well. Take a listen in to another statement coming in from J.P. Nadda.
एक प्रस्ताव तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और जो हमारे फौज के, हमारे आर्मी के जवान्स ने जो देश की सेवा की है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा की गई। और जो हमारी आर्मी है जिसने अपना पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा हुई है। तो ये प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मति से पारित हुआ, जिसमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नेतृत्व क्षमता, सशक्त भारत, समर्थवान भारत और आत्मनिर्भर भारत कैसे बन रहा है, इसकी उस प्रस्ताव में चर्चा है। और एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो जिस प्रिसिशन के साथ हमारी आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान के में टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज़ को और टेररिज्म को जो आघात पहुंचाया, जो वहाँ अटैक किया, उसकी मारक क्षमता और मारक क्षमता के साथ साथ एग्जैक्टनेस, प्रिसिशन, इस बात की भी चर्चा हुई है। आपको प्रस्ताव की कॉपी मिल जाएगी। साथ ही साथ